Welcome, weary travelers of the night, to another installment from At Hollow Midnight, where the most unsettling slumber is found not in dreams, but in the peculiar corners of history. If the quiet hum of the universe proves too loud for your weary mind, perhaps a tale of gentle absurdity will serve as a welcome distraction. Do consider subscribing if you haven't already, for there are many more tales of profound unimportance awaiting your ears. Chapter 1. The yawn heard across the trenches. The trench smelled of damp earth, stale cigarette smoke, and the metallic tang of distant, unseen iron. It was a smell that seeped into everything. The wool of uniforms, the pages of letters from home, even the very pores of the men who inhabited its muddy embrace. For Private Percival Thistlewick, the smell had become as much a part of him as his own breath, though his breath, on this particular morning, felt more like a shallow, exhausted sigh. He had been awake for what felt like several consecutive eternities. The kind of wakefulness that sandpapered the insides of one's eyelids and replaced coherent thought with a low, incessant hum of dull anxiety. The pre-dawn gloom clung to the narrow confines of the trench like a shroud, making the world outside the sandbag parapet seem utterly alien and profoundly inhospitable. Artillery rumbled, a constant low growl from the horizon, a sound so familiar it had ceased to register as a threat and had instead become an oddly soothing, if unsettling, lullaby. It was the background static of their existence. Private Thistlewick shifted his weight, the cold seeping through the thin soles of his boots. He closed his eyes for a moment, just a fraction of a second, and in that fleeting instant, the heavy cloak of sleep attempted to drag him under, pulling at his very marrow. He fought it, of course, as all soldiers fought the insidious lure of slumber when on watch. His rifle, a cold, comforting presence, lay across his lap. His eyes, when they finally forced themselves open again, felt gritty as though filled with a fine dust. A tremor ran through him, not of fear, but of an overwhelming physical need to simply cease existing in an upright, alert state. His jaw began to ache, a familiar precursor. A vast, insurmountable pressure built behind his teeth, a silent scream of the body demanding release. It was a yawn, not just any yawn, but the kind that consumed a man whole, a yawn born of days without proper rest, a physiological rebellion against the tyranny of vigilance. It began as a small, internal stretching, a whisper of a need, then grew inexorably into something monumental. Private Thistlewick opened his mouth, not in a gentle parting of lips, but in a grand, cavernous expanse that seemed to unhinge his very jaw. The sound began as a low, rumbling groan, rising in pitch and volume, a deep, resonant, involuntary bellow that echoed through the confined space of the trench. It was a sound entirely untempered by politeness or conscious control, a primal utterance that tore through the pre-dawn quiet. It was long, almost impossibly long, the kind of yawn that felt as though it pulled the very soul from one's body, stretching the eardrums and making one's eyes water with the sheer force of its release. In the close, damp air of the trench, the sound, distorted by the earthen walls and the low-hanging mist, took on an altogether different character. It was not the soft, sleepy sigh of a civilian in a warm bed. No. This was a sound that seemed to vibrate with a peculiar, almost aggressive energy, a guttural, drawn-out cry that ended with a final shuddering intake of breath, a gasp that somehow mimicked the sound of a desperate battle roar. Thistlewick's jaw snapped shut with a soft click, his eyes, still watering, blinking rapidly. A wave of profound, though fleeting, relief washed over him, followed almost immediately by a creeping sense of unease. The low rumble of artillery seemed to have momentarily faded, replaced by an unnerving silence within their section of the trench. Then the silence shattered. From his left, a few paces down, Private Higgins. A nervous young man whose helmet always seemed too large for his head let out a startled gasp. His tin mug, half filled with cold, weak tea, clattered against the duckboards. The sound sharp and alarming in the sudden stillness. "Did you hear that?" Higgins whispered, his voice hoarse, his eyes wide and darting. Before Thistlewick could even process what Higgins was referring to, a gruff, familiar voice boomed from the right. It was Sergeant Grimsby, a man whose face was a road map of forgotten skirmishes, a veteran who spoke mostly in growls and lived perpetually on the edge of exasperation. Grimsby had been hunched over, seemingly asleep against the trench wall, but now he was on his feet, surprisingly nimble for a man of his bulk. "That's it then, lads," Grimsby roared, his voice thick with a mix of resignation and grim determination. "They've finally done it. The bastards are coming." Thistlewick blinked, utterly bewildered. Coming? Who was coming? What had Grimsby heard? He had heard only his own magnificent, life-affirming yawn. But Grimsby wasn't looking at him. He was looking out over the parapet, his eyes scanning the grey nothingness of no man's land with an intensity that suggested he saw 1,000 charging enemy soldiers rather than the desolate, muddy expanse. Corporal Davies, a meticulous man who kept his bayonet polished even in the most squalid conditions, was already fumbling with his rifle. "Va cry," Davies muttered, his voice tight with anticipation. Sounded like a bloody war cry. There on the move, a ripple of panicked energy surged through the trench. One man, misinterpreting Davis's declaration as an order, slammed his rifle butt against the trench wall in a signal of readiness. Another, a young recruit who had only seen a week of action, let out a short, high-pitched scream, a sound that was half terror, half primal aggression. The chain reaction was immediate and terrifyingly efficient. The sound of Thistlewick's yawn, magnified and distorted by the acoustics of the trench, and then further warped by the heightened anxiety of the men, had been almost universally misinterpreted. It wasn't a sleepy exhalation. It was a guttural challenge, a rallying cry from the enemy. Or perhaps, in the minds of some, an unexpected signal from their own officers, though no such signal had been planned. The shared exhaustion, the perpetual state of dread, and the almost unbearable quiet of the pre-dawn hours had primed them for just such a misinterpretation. The human mind, deprived of sleep and saturated with fear, was a master of filling in the blanks. And, on a battlefield, those blanks were invariably filled with impending doom or a call to suicidal glory. "Fix bayonets," Grimsby bellowed, his voice raw. He had pulled himself up onto the fire step, peering over the sandbags. "Looks like we're going over, boys." "For king and country," a cacophony erupted. The metallic scrape of bayonets being drawn and locked into place was followed by the heavy thud of boots on duckboards. Men scrambled, their faces grim, a strange mixture of terror and fierce resolve etched onto their features. There were shouts, curses, the clatter of equipment. Thistlewick watched, horrified, as his comrades, spurred on by a monstrous physiological release from his own body, prepared for an assault. He tried to speak, tried to explain, to shout that it was merely a yawn, a profoundly undramatic personal failing, but the words stuck in his throat, choked by the sheer, unyielding absurdity of the situation. His mouth, so recently a gaping chasm of weariness, was now clamped shut in silent despair. He watched, helpless as Sergeant Grimsby, his grizzled face contorted in a mask of battle-ready ferocity, gestured forward. "Over the top," Grimsby roared, and then with a surprising surge of energy, he himself began to heave his considerable frame over the parapet, a surprisingly agile figure against the grey, desolate sky. One by one, or sometimes in small, terrified clusters, The men followed, the sound of their boots splashing in the mud, the shouts of encouragement and fear, the distinct eye-clinking of metal against metal as they clambered out of the trench. All of it built into a terrifying symphony of misguided heroism. Tislewick saw Private Higgins, his face pale as death, his bayonet held out before him like a flimsy shield, stumble over a loose sandbag but right himself, driven forward by the momentum of the unit. He saw Corporal Davies, meticulously wiping a speck of mud from his polished bayonet even as he ascended, his eyes fixed on the empty expanse ahead. The world outside the trench, which had been so quiet and still just moments ago, was now alive with the ragged, uncoordinated charge of British soldiers, propelled by the most mundane of human bodily functions. From the distant, unseen enemy lines, a single tentative rifle shot rang out, then another, then a burst of machine gun fire. They had been surprised, certainly, but were rapidly recovering. Tislewick watched, his heart sinking with each receding figure, as his entire company, every single one of them, began to disappear over the lip of the trench, running headlong into the dawn towards an enemy who, until moments ago, had likely been as bored and sleepy as Tislewick himself. And it was all because he, Private Percival Tislewick, had been too tired to keep his cavernous, soul-cleansing yawn to himself. He was left alone in the suddenly empty, echoing trench, the smell of damp earth and stale smoke seeming to mock his isolation. The distant sound of battle, a chaotic symphony of shouts and gunfire, was the direct, unbidden consequence of his involuntary, magnificent, and utterly misinterpreted yawn. The world, it seemed, was an unceasingly peculiar place capable of turning the smallest, most insignificant act into a catalyst for the most catastrophic of events. Chapter 2. A ghostly misunderstanding Private Percival Tislewick stood rooted in the churned mud of the trench, the distant din of battle now a raw, tearing sound that seemed to shred the very fabric of the pre-dawn air. Each explosion, each burst of machine gun fire, each frantic shout carried a distinct weight of consequence, a direct echo of the magnificent misbegotten yawn that had, just moments ago, unhinged his own jaw. He felt less like a soldier, and more like a spectacularly inept conductor of chaos, his baton a simple, involuntary bodily function. The trench, which had felt oppressively crowded with bodies and tension, now felt vast and terribly, unnervingly empty. The lingering scent of stale cigarette smoke seemed thicker, somehow, in the absence of the men who had puffed it. His eyes, still watering from the residual force of the yawn, scanned the vacant duckboards, the neatly stacked sandbags, the discarded tin mug of Private Higgins. It was all horribly, chillingly normal, save for the profound absence of his entire company. His stomach churned, a cold, knotted ball of dread in the peculiar, nauseating sensation of having witnessed a disaster of his own inadvertent making. How could he possibly explain? How could he possibly tell Sergeant Grimsby, assuming Grimsby survived, that the brave, charge-inducing war cry was, in fact, merely Tislewick's desperate need for an extra moment of unconsciousness? The very thought was so ludicrous, it bordered on a kind of mad poetry, a dark verse of the trenches. He imagined the court-martial, the incredulous stares, the eventual, quiet, unavoidable placement in an asylum where his only companions would be men who conversed with invisible pixies or believed themselves to be teapot. It was a bleak vision, but one entirely in keeping with the profound absurdity of his current predicament. He was still pondering the precise phrasing of his eventual, doomed confession when a peculiar sensation rippled through the air. It wasn't a draft, nor was it the usual chill that seeped into one's bones in the pre-dawn hours. It was more like a shift in pressure, a subtle warping of the atmosphere, as if a particularly large, invisible creature had just exhaled very, very slowly, a faint, Almost imperceptible shimmer danced in the damp air directly in front of him, just above the level of the duckboards. It was the kind of visual anomaly one dismisses as eye strain or a trick of the dim light. But it persisted, a gentle, wavering outline, formless yet undeniably present. And then the smell. Not the metallic tang of battle, nor the earthy dampness of the trench, but something else entirely. It was a faint, musty scent, like old parchment and forgotten dust, overlaid with a strange, almost sweet aroma of decaying wildflowers, a scent that had no business being in a war zone. Thistlewick, despite the fresh horror of the ongoing battle, found his attention slowly, inexorably drawn to this subtle disturbance. The shimmering intensified, ever so slightly, coalescing into a more defined, though still translucent, form. It was tall, impossibly thin, and vaguely human-shaped, a figure composed of moonlight and mist, barely visible against the gray backdrop of the trench wall. A whisper, as soft as the rustle of dead leaves, brushed against his ear. Yet it seemed to emanate from the shimmering form before him. It was a voice that resonated not in his eardrums, but in the quiet, dusty chambers of his mind. Cat lust, it sighed. A sound so laden with an ancient weariness that Thistlewick felt his own exhaustion deepen in sympathetic response. Cat long last, a proper release. Thistlewick blinked, his mouth, so recently an instrument of unintended chaos, now agape in genuine, speechless astonishment. He knew, with a certainty that transcended logic, that he was not alone, and the voice, it was the same deep, resonant rumble, the very same reverberating bass note that had, moments before, sent his entire company hurtling towards the enemy. The same, in fact, as hissing Yawn. Only it hadn't been his. A cold, sudden realization, far more chilling than the pre-dawn air, prickled at his scalp. He had merely been the physical conduit. The true origin of the monumental exhalation stood, or rather shimmered, before him. The ghostly form seemed to solidify just enough for Thistlewick to discern faint details. The outline of what might have been a tattered uniform, a hint of a high collar, a blurred, indistinct face that conveyed an almost unbearable fatigue. It was not a menacing presence, but one steeped in a profound, almost cosmic boredom. The figure seemed to stretch, a slow, deliberate movement that mimicked a yawn, yet produced no sound. It was as though the very act of stretching was itself a profound effort. "You felt it, didn't you?" Ken, the voice whispered again, a thought more than a sound, weaving itself directly into Thistlewick's consciousness. That exquisite, soul-jarring stretch. The complete, utter, unbridled surrender to the need. In this Thistlewick managed a weak nod, his throat suddenly dry. He tried to speak, but no sound emerged. His mind was a maelstrom of confusion. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. Yet, the battle raged on, a very real consequence of an entirely unreal event. "We've been here for, I've lost count," the ghost continued, its ethereal form seeming to sag, as if even spectral existence was an unbearable burden. 100 years? 200? Time loses all meaning when you're stuck between realms, perpetually on the verge of the most magnificent yawn, yet utterly incapable of completing it. It's a torment, I tell you. A pure, unadulterated torment. Thistlewick blinked, trying to process this information. A long-dead warrior, stuck in the trenches, perpetually on the verge of yawning. This was not the kind of ghostly encounter one read about in penny dreadfuls. There were no clanking chains, no spectral shrieks, no demands for vengeance. Only an eternal, agonizing need for a good stretch. She was a sentry, you see, the ghost continued, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh accompanying its words. just like you. Only, it was well. It was a different war. Muskets and redcoats, you understand. Same mud, though. Always the mud. He'd been awake for 3 days straight, guarding nothing much, really. Just a particularly uninteresting stretch of bog. And I felt it coming, that glorious, all-encompassing yawn. My eyes watered, my jaw ached, my very being screamed for it. And then the ghost paused, a shimmering, Unzangase directed towards where the parapet met the grey sky. A cannonball. Quite small for a cannonball, but remarkably effective, decided to redecorate my immediate vicinity. And just like that I was gone. But the yawn remained. Hanging, you see. Unfinished. An eternal, tantalizing promise of release. Kislevik found himself nodding along, a strange sense of empathy blooming in his chest. An unfinished yawn. It was, in its own peculiar way, a truly tragic fate. He had experienced the profound relief of a complete yawn just moments ago. To be denied that, for an eternity, was a hell of a kind he had never before conceived. He tried, for years, to let it out. The ghost lamented, its form flickering slightly, as if with an internal struggle. Pushed and pushed, but no physical form, you see. No lungs to draw air, no vocal cords to vibrate. Just the raw, unfulfilled urge. A silent, internal scream of physiological frustration. Until you. His serial gaze seemed to focus on Thistlewick. An almost palpable sense of gratitude emanating from the phantom. You were receptive. Tired enough. Perhaps. Your energy, your sheer physical fatigue, resonated with my own ancient weariness. It was like a key turning in a long rusted lock. For a precious few seconds, your physical vessel became mine. And oh, the release, the glorious bone-stretching, soul-exonerating, lung-emptying, truly magnificent yawn. Your last word, though silent, vibrated through Thistlewick's skull with an almost painful intensity. A mental echo of the sound that had propelled his comrades into no man's land. He finally found his voice, a croaky, disbelieving whisper. So, it wasn't me? The ghost's form seemed to shimmer with a spectral chuckle. Oh, it was you, in a manner of speaking. Your mouth, your lungs, your jaw. But the impetus, the raw, primal need, that was all me. Dear boy. A century of pent-up weariness, finally unleashed. A truly transcendent moment, if I do say so much myself. Thistlewick stared, a profound and complex mixture of relief, horror, and sheer, dumbfounded bewilderment washing over him. So his friends hadn't charged into a hail of bullets because he was tired. They had charged because a long-dead, perpetually yawning soldier had finally found a host. The irony was so thick, it was almost suffocating. He wasn't responsible for his own yawn, but he was still responsible for the company's charge. It was a distinction that felt utterly meaningless in the grand scheme of things, yet provided a sliver of twisted solace. The sounds of the battle intensified, drawing Thistlewick's attention back to the grim reality beyond the trench. Explosions closer now. The distinct bite and thump-thump of a machine gun growing louder. His relief, however fleeting, was quickly replaced by a fresh wave of panic. His company was out there, fighting for king and country, spurred on by the ghostly exhalation of a truly ancient and truly bored spirit. Don't fret, young Percival, the ghost whispered, its form beginning to fade, dissolving back into the faint shimmer. But good yawn. Even a ghostly one can do wonders for morale in its own peculiar way. Sometimes a grand, Misunderstood cry is all it takes to get the blood flowing. And besides, the voice grew fainter. Almost imperceptible now, a mere breath of a thought. She rather suspect they were due for a charge anyway. Just needed a little push. A particularly resonant, deeply satisfying, utterly magnificent push. And we end with that final fading thought. The shimmering form dissipated entirely, leaving Thistlewick alone once more in the trench. The musty scent of ancient paper and forgotten wildflowers slowly fading, replaced by the familiar stench of mud and the omnipresent, terrible roar of the war. He stood, a solitary figure, a silent witness to the absurd, terrifying consequences of a ghost's unfinished yawn, the knowledge of which was now his alone to bear. The relief was short-lived, replaced by a fresh, potent wave of despair. What on earth was he supposed to do now? Chapter 3. The legend of the sleepy Specter, the sounds of battle, which had exploded with such terrifying immediacy from Percival Thistlewick's trench, eventually began to recede, not with a sudden cessation, but with a slow, grinding ebb, like a tide grudgingly pulling back from a bloodied shore. The initial chaotic roar gave way to sporadic bursts of rifle fire, then the distant, thudding rhythm of artillery, and finally an almost unbearable quiet, broken only by the whimpering wind and the occasional, unsettling groan from no man's land. Thistlewick, still alone in the now doubly deserted trench, waited. He waited for a counterattack, for an officer to appear and demand an explanation, for the ground to open up and swallow him whole. He waited for the very universe to acknowledge the profound, ludicrous error that had been committed. But the universe, as it often does, remained indifferent. Hours passed, measured not by the sun, which remained stubbornly veiled behind a thick, anemic sky, but by the gradual transformation of the sounds outside. The sporadic gunfire faded, replaced by the faint, disembodied cries of men searching, or perhaps simply crying out into the void. Then, just as the first gray fingers of true dawn began to stretch across the ruined landscape, a shape emerged from the gloom, clambering awkwardly over the parapet. It was Private Higgins. Mud-splattered and disheveled, his helmet still too large, but undeniably, impossibly alive. He stumbled back into the trench, collapsing onto the duckboards with a wheezing cough. Thistlewick rushed to him, a wave of relief so potent it made his knees weak washing over him. "Higgins, you're alive! What happened?" Higgins looked up, his eyes wide and bloodshot, a strange, bewildered expression on his face. "Thistlewick, you bloody madman! What was that? That roar! It scared the living daylights out of us, but by God, it worked." Before Thistlewick could attempt to process this, another figure appeared. Then another. Sergeant Grimsby, his uniform torn but his scowl intact, lowered himself into the trench with a grunt, followed by Corporal Davies, remarkably clean, despite the recent events, and then a trickle of other men, all bearing the same stunned, disbelieving look. They were few, far fewer than had gone over, but they were there. They were back. "Well, that was certainly unexpected," Grimsby grunted, surveying his diminished but alive company. He seemed less exasperated than usual, replaced by a kind of grim, bewildered pride. Never seen anything like it. One moment, dead quiet. Next, that infernal bellow, and before you know it, we're all off like a shot. Had the Hun completely wrong-footed, we did. A murmur of agreement ran through the surviving men. Davies, ever the precise one, adjusted his helmet. Sounded like a proper ancient war cry, Sergeant. Like the old kings of Albion, stirring the troops. Gave us quite the kick. It did. Thistlewick felt a fresh wave of despair. They really believed it. They truly believed his spectral yawn was some kind of ancient, battle-rousing bellow. He opened his mouth to explain, to correct them, to say, "No, Sergeant, Corporal. It was merely my body's protest against insufficient sleep, assisted by a bored ghost who'd been holding it in for centuries." But the words, as before, caught in his throat. What would he say? That he'd been chosen as a conduit for a spectral stretch. They'd think he'd gone mad, which, considering the circumstances, was not an entirely unreasonable conclusion. So he remained silent, the heavy burden of the truth pressing down on him, a secret knowledge more peculiar than any combat he'd ever faced. Over the next few days, as the company, surprisingly, was not decimated, but merely bruised, rotated out of the immediate front lines for a brief respite, the incident of the war cry began to calcify into legend. They were moved to a quieter sector, a trench that felt almost luxurious in its relative calm, where the most pressing danger was boredom and the occasional rat. It was here, around a sputtering fire, sharing watery stew and hardtack, that the stories began to circulate. Remember that morning? Private Higgins would begin, his voice hushed with awe, just before dawn, when that sound came out of nowhere, like a bull elephant with a bad case of the lung rot. But in a good way, mind you. Got the blood pumping, didn't it? Another soldier? Named Corporal Briggs, a man known for his dramatic flair, would pick up the thread. A true primal scream. I tell you, when I heard it, I swore the very ground vibrated. Thought it was the Germans, some newfangled gas weapon. But then Grimsby was up, bellowing over the top. And you just veered to go, didn't you? It was like the sound itself was an order, a push from some ancient, forgotten warrior spirit. Thistlewick would sit by the fire, nursing his own mug of tea, listening to these wild, elaborate tales unfold, each one more embellished than the last. He heard it described as the sound of 1,000 demons gargling with rusty nails, the ancestral roar of the British Lion itself, and even, from a particularly imaginative recruit, the death rattle of the very idea of retreat. The sheer, imaginative power of men desperate for a narrative, any narrative. To explain the inexplicable was truly something to behold. They needed it to be grand, to be mystical, to be anything but the simple, embarrassing truth. Sergeant Grimsby, surprisingly, encouraged the tales. He found a peculiar pride in their company's strange, almost accidental charge. Never mind how it started, he'd declare, a rare, almost smile creasing his weathered face. Point is, we went, and the Hun didn't know what hit 'em. They were still wiping the sleep from their eyes when we were on 'em. Give 'em a fright. That sound did. A good fright. Grimsby, ever the pragmatist, saw the utility in a good, inexplicable legend. It boosted morale, gave the men something to talk about that wasn't mud or death, and added a layer of mystique to their otherwise unremarkable unit. The haunted yawn, as some began to call it, became their peculiar mascot, their battle cry, a darkly humorous inside joke that only they truly understood, or rather, misunderstood. Soldiers from other companies, hearing whispers of the ghostly roar of the 17th, would eye them with a mixture of suspicion and grudging respect. Heard you lot have a bit of a peculiar way of going over the top, one would say, trying to pry information. The men of the 17th, however, would merely grin knowingly, offering vague, mysterious answers that only served to deepen the enigma. Oh, that. Just a little something we have, Corporal Davies would say, polishing his bayonet with an almost meditative air. Gets the blood up. Wouldn't want to spoil the surprise for the Fritz, would we? Private Higgins, now emboldened by his survival and the growing legend, would sometimes add, it's a secret weapon. You see, Not shells, not gas. Just pure, unadulterated primal force. Comes from the earth itself. Some say. He'd wink, his youthful face alight with the thrill of the shared secret. The beautiful lie. Tisluick, listening, would feel a knot in his stomach tighten. Earth itself, he thought, or rather, from a particularly tired, centuries-old Specter who just needed to stretch. The irony was a bitter, private joke. He was living a perpetual comedy of errors. One where the punchline was entirely on him, and the audience was completely oblivious. He watched as the legend grew, each retelling adding a new layer of absurdity. Someone claimed the Yawn had cracked a German dugout. Another insisted it had caused the enemy's rations to turn sour. The ghost of the sleepy Specter, meanwhile, remained safely locked away in Thistlewick's memory, a secret burden he was unwilling, and perhaps unable, to share. The tales of the sleepy Specter, as some now dubbed the unseen force behind the Yawn, became a fixture of their trench life. When times were particularly grim, when the rain seemed determined to turn them all into puddles of mud, or when the shells fell too close for comfort, someone would invariably bring up the Yawn. It was a morbid sort of comfort, a reminder that even in the most terrifying of circumstances, something utterly ridiculous could happen, something that would live on in their collective memory long after the sound of the guns faded. It was a way of mocking the war itself, of finding a sliver of control in a situation utterly devoid of it. If a simple, monstrous Yawn could send men charging, then perhaps anything was possible. Perhaps even survival. Tisluick sometimes wondered if the old ghost, wherever it had drifted after its magnificent release, was somehow aware of the legend it had inadvertently spawned. Did it watch, a spectral observer, as its personal physiological relief became a war story, a symbol of unexpected courage and tactical genius? He imagined the ghost, wherever it was, finally at peace, perhaps even chuckling ethereally at the sheer beautiful absurdity of it all. As for Thistlewick, he carried the truth like a stone in his boot, a constant, nagging reminder that the most profound moments of history could be born from the most mundane and most unglamorous of bodily functions. He learned to keep his mouth shut, both literally and figuratively, wary of inadvertently triggering another historical blunder. The mud, the rats, the constant threat of death, these were the known variables. The unknown, the truly terrifying unknown, was the next time he might feel a yawn building. Or, worse, the next time the ghost of the sleepy Specter decided it needed another stretch. Chapter 4. The sergeant who didn't believe the fragile peace that had settled over the sector, a peace often interrupted by the distant grumble of artillery or the occasional sharp crack of a sniper's rifle, allowed for a certain kind of peculiar normalcy to seep into the lives of the soldiers. For Private Percival Thistlewick, this normalcy was a constant low thrum of anxiety, perpetually wondering when the spectral yawn would strike again, and through whom. The legend of the sleepy Specter, a tale spun from his own unique involuntary possession, had blossomed into a robust piece of trench folklore, told and retold with increasing embellishment around sputtering fires. Men swore by it, joked about it, and sometimes, in the darkest hours, seemed to genuinely believe in its absurd power. All except for Sergeant Grimsby. Sergeant Grimsby was a man forged in the unforgiving crucible of the army, a composite of mud, stubbornness, and an unshakable belief in the tangible. He believed in the efficacy of a well-cleaned rifle, the warming properties of weak tea, and the tactical advantage of a well-placed sandbag. He did not, however, believe in ghosts, specters, or any form of spiritual intervention, especially not one that manifested as a particularly resonant yawn. To Grimsby, such notions were the fanciful imaginings of green recruits or men driven into distraction by too much rum and too little sleep. Head scoff when the tales were recounted, a deep, rumbling sound that was almost as formidable as the supposed ghostly war cry itself. Nonsense. Head bellow, spitting a stream of tobacco juice into the mud, his eyes narrowing to slits. A good strong cup of tea and a bit of discipline is all it was. Men get jumpy in the dark, and one lad sneezes too loud, and suddenly it's the bloody King Arthur's ghost rallying the troops. It was a charge, plain and simple. We went over, they were surprised, and that's the end of it. No hocus-pocus involved. His dismissal was absolute, unwavering. He considered the sleepy Specter a piece of amusing, slightly irritating, morale-boosting fluff. He even on occasion took a grim pride in the story's proliferation, seeing it as proof of his men's ingenuity, a testament to their ability to find a laugh in the face of oblivion. But believe it, and never. Grimsby was a man of the earth, and the earth, in his experience, contained only mud, worms, and the occasional unexploded shell, not restless spirits with chronic cases of unfinished yawns. One particularly miserable night, however, Grimsby found his staunch pragmatism being tested by the most formidable of adversaries. Profound, bone-deep exhaustion. He had taken on an extra watch, a selfless act of leadership brought on by a combination of a lingering feeling of responsibility for the last charge and a general inability to properly delegate without feeling like a soft touch. The rain had been a persistent, insidious drizzle for days, turning the trench floor into a treacherous, squelching morass. The cold seeped into his very marrow, and the relentless silence of the front, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water from the sandbags, was more unnerving than any artillery barrage. Sleep, when it had come, had been a shallow, unsatisfying thing, filled with fragmented dreams of dry socks and warm, solid ground. He stood hunched on the fire step, his silhouette a bulky, immovable shape against the oppressive gloom. His rifle felt heavy, and his eyelids, impossibly, felt heavier. Each blink was an immense effort, a brief, tantalizing brush with unconsciousness that he had to forcibly tear himself away from. The perpetual ache in his muscles was now accompanied by a new, more insistent sensation, a vast, unyielding pressure building behind his teeth, a tension in his jaw that bordered on pain. It was a familiar feeling, one he usually dismissed with a gruff shake of his head or a muttered curse. A yawn. A simple, animalistic yawn, born of nothing more than a body crying out for rest. He would fight it, as he fought all weaknesses. He took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to force the burgeoning urge down. But it was too late. The sensation was overpowering. A tidal wave of physiological need. His throat tightened, his eyes began to water, and his jaw, against his will, began to slacken. This wasn't just a yawn. It was with a yawn, the kind that promised total oblivion, a brief, blissful cessation of all thought and feeling. He recognized, with a growing cold dread, the uncanny familiarity of the sensation. It was the exact same feeling that Private Thistlewick had described, albeit in a roundabout, almost delirious fashion, weeks ago. A feeling he had scoffed at. His mouth opened, not a polite, contained parting of lips, but a vast, cavernous expansion. Grimsby, a man of considerable lung capacity and an even more considerable chest, felt his diaphragm contract with a force that threatened to buckle his ribs. And then it came. The sound. It started as a low, guttural rumble, a sound so deep it seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath his boots. It rose inexorably, in pitch and volume, filling the narrow confines of the trench with a roaring, reverberating bellow that was not human. It was ancient, primal, a sound of profound, Unutterable weariness finally unleashed. It echoed, bouncing off the damp earthen walls, magnifying itself, distorting as it traveled down the line, a living, breathing sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the pre-dawn quiet. It was long, impossibly long, stretching on and on, a drawn-out, mournful, yet incredibly powerful cry that ended with a ragged, wheezing intake of breath, a sound that, to any listener, could only be interpreted as a monstrous, battle-ready roar. Grimsby's jaw snapped shut with a violent click, his eyes wide and watering, his chest heaving. A wave of profound yet utterly unwelcome relief washed over him, immediately followed by a bone-chilling horror. He stood frozen, listening. The trench, which had been silent moments before, was now a chorus of startled gasps and frantic movements. From his left, a few yards down, a young sentry, Private O'Malley, let out a terrified yelp. Mother of God! What was that? Then from the right, the distinct clatter of a dropped rifle, followed by a curse. Blame me. There, on us. Did you hear that, lads? The beast of the trenches. Grimsby's mind raced, a terrifying blend of realization and utter disbelief. The beast of the trenches. The ancestral roar. The ghostly war cry. It was Yawn. Or rather, it was the ghost's yawn manifested through him, Sergeant Grimsby, the unwavering skeptic. The very sound he had dismissed as a fanciful fabrication had just erupted from his own mouth. A terrifying, undeniable testament to the unseen forces at play in this bizarre, mud-filled purgatory. A flare shot up from a neighboring trench section, a brilliant, blinding orb of light that hung suspended in the pre-dawn sky, momentarily illuminating no man's land in an eerie stark white. Grimsby knew instantly what that meant. His yawn, his glorious, monstrous, ghostly yawn, had been heard not just by his own men, but by the nervous sentries of the adjacent company who, primed by weeks of tension and the ubiquitous legends of peculiar happenings, had interpreted it as a full-blown enemy assault. "Flare is up! Attack!" A voice roared from the next section, quickly followed by the frantic rat-tat-tat-tat of a machine gun, peering blindly into the desolate landscape, wasting precious ammunition on the phantom of a yawn. Grimsby watched, horrified, as a ripple of chaotic activity spread down the line. More flares erupted, turning the sky into a kaleidoscope of fleeting, artificial suns. Rifle fire began to crackle sporadically, then coalesce into a nervous, undirected volley. The quiet sector, his quiet sector, had been thrown into a state of panic, all because of his unwitting participation in a centuries-old physiological release. He saw Private O'Malley, still pale, fumbling with a grenade, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and a new, almost manic conviction. It's the sleepy Specter. Sergeant S. back. It's the call to arms. Grimsby, the man who believed only in the tangible, could only stand there, mouth agape once more, though this time in silent, impotent horror. He felt the familiar chill of the damp earth, the cold weight of his rifle, the ache in his bones. All tangible. But the sound that had just ripped through the night, a sound he himself had produced, was utterly beyond his comprehension, a betrayal of everything he held to be true. The ghost, the yawn, the absurd accidental charge, it was all real. And he, Sergeant Grimsby, the unflappable, the unyielding, had just become a conduit for it. The bitter irony of it all was almost too much to bear. He, who had ridiculed the tales, was now irrevocably bound to them, a living, breathing testament to the profound, unsettling reality of the haunted yawn. The trench, the war, the very fabric of his existence, had just taken on a new, deeply unsettling and profoundly ridiculous dimension. Chapter 5. The Midnight Investigation. The nervous, undirected volley of rifle fire and the flitting flares that had briefly transformed Sergeant Grimsby's quiet sector into a sporadic fireworks display eventually, as all spontaneous panics tend to do, fizzled into a sheepish silence. The adjacent company, having expended a small fortune in ammunition and a significant portion of their already frayed nerves, settled back into their positions, muttering curses about overcautious sentries and the deceptive nature of the pre-dawn wind. Grimsby, however, remained rooted to his spot on the fire step, the cold barrel of his rifle a strangely comforting weight against his clammy hands. His mind, once a fortress of logical deductions and military certainties, was now a crumbling ruin, echoing with the sound of a yawn that was simultaneously his own and yet profoundly, terrifyingly not Betsy. He, Sergeant Grimsby, had scoffed at the sleepy spectre, had dismissed it as the drunken ramblings of fearful boys, only to become its most recent, unwitting mouthpiece. The bitter taste of that realization was far more potent than any stale tobacco. He had felt it, every stretching, agonizing moment of it, the profound, century-deep weariness that had manifested through his very own sturdy, pragmatic frame. The very idea was preposterous, yet the evidence, the scattered flotsam of a needlessly alarmed front line, was undeniable. He spent the remainder of his watch in a state of quiet internal turmoil, punctuated by sharp, disbelieving breaths. When the relief finally arrived, a pale, bleary-eyed Private Higgins shuffling forward to take his post, Grimsby merely grunted, a sound devoid of its usual authority. He walked, almost stumbled, down the trench, past the slumbering forms of his men. Each snore and restless shift, a mundane sound that only served to highlight the profound strangeness of his recent experience. He found Private Thistlewick huddled in a dugout, attempting to coax a reluctant flame from a piece of damp kindling. The small, flickering light cast dancing shadows on Thistlewick's face, making him seem both impossibly young and anciently wise. Grimsby lowered himself onto a makeshift bench opposite him, the wooden planks groaning under his weight. The air in the dugout was thick with the smell of damp earth and unwashed wool. "Thistlewick," Grimsby said, his voice unusually quiet, stripped of its usual gruffness. He cleared his throat. That sound." Thistlewick stopped poking the kindling, his eyes, normally wary, now held a knowing, almost pitying look. "Yes, Sergeant," he responded, his voice equally subdued. He knew. Of course he knew. He was the only one who truly knew the full, ridiculous truth. Grimsby ran a hand over his bristly scalp, a gesture of profound bewilderment. It was something else, wasn't it? Not a German. Not a man. It felt inside, like something stretching from within. He paused, searching for words that eluded his practical vocabulary, like a great damnable yawn, but one that shook the very foundations of the earth. Thistlewick met his gaze, a flicker of something close to sympathy in his eyes. "It was, Sergeant, exactly like that." Grimsby stared, a dawning comprehension slowly replacing his bewilderment. "You knew, didn't you, that it wasn't ordinary? It wasn't a question so much as a revelation. All those tales, the sleepy spectre. I dismissed them, thought it was just nerves." But now he trailed off, the implications settling heavily upon him. His entire worldview, carefully constructed over decades of rational observation, had just been spectacularly demolished by a ghostly exhalation. What in blazes is going on? Thistlewick? Thistlewick took a moment, considering how much truth a man like Grimsby, a man who believed in bayonets and discipline, could handle. "Sergeant," he began, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's an old one. A very old one. Trapped. Searching for release. It seems to choose its moments. And its vessels." He gestured vaguely at himself, then at Grimsby. The implication clear. Grimsby's face contorted, a mixture of horror and grim acceptance. "So I was possessed by a bloody yawn. By a phantom who's just desperate for a stretch. This is the war, Thistlewick? Not some haunted house on a windy moor?" His voice rose, but quickly dropped back to a conspiratorial whisper, aware of the sleeping men nearby. A yawn. And it sent the whole sector into a blind panic. "What kind of cursed luck is this?" "The kind that only happens in a trench, Sergeant," Thistlewick replied with a dry, almost bitter amusement, where the absurd becomes the mundane, and the mundane becomes the catalyst for catastrophe. He saw the profound shift in Grimsby, the man who had dismissed all talk of the supernatural. Now he was a witness, a victim even, of the very phenomenon he had ridiculed. It created a strange, unspoken bond between them. The immediate crisis averted, but the larger, stranger truth now a shared burden. Thistlewick knew he couldn't simply let it lie. The ghost, the yawn, whatever it was, clearly hadn't found permanent release. It was still there, lurking in the muddy confines of their trench. A ticking time bomb of physiological discomfort, just waiting for the next tired soldier to resonate with its ancient need. He had to find out more. He had to understand its patterns, its motivations, its preferences, if such an ethereal being could even have such things. And he knew just the person to accompany him on such a fool's errand. Later that night, as the moon, a sliver of bone-white light, struggled to pierce the persistent cloud cover, Private Thistlewick sought out Private Higgins. Higgins, despite his inherent nervousness, possessed a lively imagination and a romantic fascination with the very legends Grimsby had so vehemently denied. He was, in essence, the perfect companion for a midnight investigation into a yawning specter. "Higgins," Thistlewick whispered, rousing the younger man from a fitful sleep in a particularly damp section of the trench. "A word, if you please." Higgins blinked, his eyes adjusting to the gloom. "Thistlewick? What's up? Fritz on the move? Or has Cook finally managed to burn the water again?" "Something more peculiar," Thistlewick murmured, glancing around to ensure no one else was within earshot. The trench was alive with the low murmurs of sleeping men, the rustle of rats and the distant, rhythmic drip of water. "I need your assistance. A private matter. An investigation, if you will, into the true nature of our recent incident." He chose his words carefully, knowing Higgins had been a keen proponent of the sleepy specter theory. Higgins' eyes widened, a mixture of apprehension and excited curiosity. "The sleepy specter? You mean you think it's real? You think there's something to it?" His voice was hushed, but his enthusiasm barely contained. "I think," Thistlewick replied, choosing his words with deliberate ambiguity, "that there are certain resonances in this trench. Old echoes. And I believe we might be able to find where they're strongest, where they originate." He didn't mention Grimsby's recent personal demonstration. That was a secret best kept between the two men who had experienced it firsthand. Higgins, ever eager for a tale, especially one he could be a part of, nodded vigorously, despite a visible tremor. "Right, then? A proper ghost hunt, eh? Just like the stories. What do we need? A crucifix, a bottle of holy water, perhaps a particularly potent flask of rum?" Thistlewick managed a faint wry smile. "Just our rifles, our wits, and perhaps a good deal of silence. We're not looking to banish anything, Higgins. Merely to observe." to understand. He felt a strange responsibility to the unseen entity, a lingering echo of the immense, profound relief it had experienced through him. With their rifles held loosely and their boots making soft squelching sounds in the persistent mud, the two privates began their clandestine midnight stroll through the quieter sections of the trench. The air was thick with the smells of damp earth, decaying sandbags, and a subtle, almost imperceptible tang of fear that seemed to cling to the very walls. The moon, now visible through a ragged tear in the clouds, cast long, distorted shadows that writhed and stretched with every gust of wind, turning mundane features of the trench into monstrous lurking shapes. Every rustle of a rat, every drip of water from the corrugated iron sheeting seemed amplified, taking on a sinister quality. Tislovic led the way, relying on a vague, internal compass that seemed to draw him towards the spot where he had first experienced the monumental yawn. It was a section of trench that had seen more than its share of desperate fighting, where the duckboards were broken and splintered, and the sandbags were constantly in need of repair. The ground here felt particularly sodden, and the smell of mold and something vaguely acrid hung heavy in the air. "This is it," Tislovic whispered, stopping abruptly. "Around here, it feels thicker, like the air is weighted." Higgins shivered, not from the cold, but from a prickle of genuine unease. "I feel it, Tislovic, like a cold spot. Or like someone's breathing down your neck, only there's nobody there." He gripped his rifle tighter, his knuckles white. They moved slowly, meticulously, running their hands along the rough, damp earth of the trench walls, peering into every shadowy recess. Tislovic was looking for any anomaly, any subtle sign. He recalled the musty scent of old parchment and decaying wildflowers that had accompanied the ghost's appearance, a smell so out of place in the grim reality of the trench. He focused on his senses, trying to detect it again. Suddenly, Tislovic stopped. He detected it, faintly but undeniably. The same peculiar aroma, dotty. It was coming from a small, partially collapsed section of the trench wall, where the earth had given way, revealing what looked like a much older, deeper layer of excavation. The scent was stronger here, a faint, sweet mustiness that spoke of forgotten things, of history buried just beneath the surface. "Here," Tislovic breathed, pointing to the crumbling section. "The smell. Do you sense it, Higgins?" Higgins, his nose twitching, leaned in cautiously. "And blimey, what is that?" Like Grandma's attic, after she's left a bunch of flowers to rot in a dusty old book. Not exactly the smell of battle, is it?" His voice was a strained whisper, tinged with a newfound awe. As they peered closer into the small cavity, the air around them seemed to thicken, the peculiar pressure returning. It wasn't an oppressive feeling, but rather a profound sense of ancient stillness, as if time itself had paused in this one particular spot. And then, subtle at first, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmering began to coalesce in the darkest corner of the cavity, just where the old earth met the newer digging. It was the same wavering outline Tislovic had seen before, formless yet undeniably present, composed of moonlight and mist. Higgins gasped, a small, choked sound. He had seen it too. His eyes, wide with terror and wonder, were fixed on the shimmering anomaly. "Oh, dear God, Tislovic, it's a proper ghost. The sleepy specter. It's real." He fumbled for his bayonet, then thought better of it, realizing a spectral entity might not be impressed by sharp steel. The shimmering grew slightly stronger, and the feeling of immense, ancient weariness radiated from it, so profound that Tislovic felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to yawn himself, a sympathetic resonance with the spectral fatigue. He resisted, forcibly clamping his jaw shut. The ghost, it seemed, was still very much present, still yearning for its release, even after its brief, glorious manifestation through Sergeant Grimsby. A faint whisper brushed past Thistlewick's ear, a thought more than a sound, resonating within his mind. Stee. So much effort, that last one, drains a chap. But the need never truly goes away. Musty. Floral scent intensified for a moment, then began to recede, and the shimmering form, almost as if it had been briefly energized by their presence, slowly, languidly began to dissipate, dissolving back into the shadows and the damp air, leaving only the lingering scent and the oppressive quiet of the trench. Higgins stood frozen, his face pale, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He pointed a trembling finger at the empty space. It was there, Thistlewick. I saw it. A ghost. A real, honest-to-goodness trench ghost. The sleepy Specter. We found it. His voice was a terrified squeak, but underlying the fear was a distinct note of triumphant validation. Thistlewick merely nodded, a grim understanding settling over him. They had found it, or rather, it had allowed itself to be found. The truth, in all its absurd spectral glory, was now shared. Higgins, the imaginative, slightly jumpy recruit, was now a confirmed witness, forever bound to the secret of the yawning ghost. This wasn't just a legend anymore. It was their shared, terrifying reality. The investigation had confirmed what Thistlewick already knew, but it had also, in its own peculiar way, escalated the situation. They were no longer just soldiers fighting a war. They were also accidental keepers of a spectral secret, burdened by the knowledge of a restless, endlessly weary spirit who just wanted a good, soul-shattering yawn. The implications of this shared truth, the subtle ways it would irrevocably alter their perception of this brutal, bewildering conflict, were only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 6. The diary of a dead man, the shimmering form of the sleepy Specter had vanished, dissolving back into the damp, shadowed recesses of the trench wall, leaving behind only the lingering, almost imperceptible scent of old parchment and decaying wildflowers. Private Higgins, however, remained rooted to the spot, his face a pale mask of terror and profound wonder. His breath came in ragged, shallow gasps, and his eyes, wide with disbelief, stared fixedly at the empty space where the phantom had been. It was real, he whispered, his voice a reedy squeak, barely audible above the persistent drip of water from the trench ceiling. A proper ghost, not just a story. We saw it, Thistlewick. We actually saw it. He turned to Private Percival Thistlewick, his gaze pleading for confirmation, for some anchor in the suddenly unhinged reality of their existence. Thistlewick, though equally stunned, felt a strange sense of vindication, mixed with a chilling confirmation of his most peculiar burden. He had known the ghost was real, had experienced its profound physiological release, but to have a second witness, especially a nervous, imaginative one like Higgins, cemented the unlikeliest of truths. Indeed, Higgins, Thistlewick replied, his own voice hushed, the dry amusement he usually reserved for the absurdities of army life, replaced by a quiet awe. We did, and I believe it's still here. Or at least, its resonance. He gestured vaguely at the small, partially collapsed cavity in the trench wall, the source of the lingering, anachronistic scent. Higgins, still trembling, hesitantly took a step closer, peering into the dark opening. Do you think it left something? A clue? Perhaps a spectral calling card? He half-joked, but his voice betrayed a genuine, nervous curiosity. The idea of a ghost leaving a physical artifact was, even by the standards of a yawning Specter, a step further into the truly bizarre. Thistlewick, however, felt a strange pull towards the cavity. The scent was strongest here, and a subtle change in the air, a certain cold stillness, seemed to emanate from the shadowed earth. He knelt down, heedless of the mud seeping through his trousers, and cautiously reached a hand into the darkness. His fingers brushed against something hard, something not quite earth, something solid and oddly shaped. He probed further, carefully displacing handfuls of damp soil and small, loose stones. The cavity was deeper than it appeared, extending back into the older, unreinforced layers of the trench, a hidden pocket of forgotten history. His fingers closed around something that felt like brittle, waterlogged leather, smooth yet textured. He pulled gently, carefully, until the object came free. It was a small, leather-bound book, or what remained of one. Its once brown cover was now a mottled, almost black mass of mildew and decay, the leather flaking away at the edges. The pages within were swollen with damp, fused together in places, and stained an ominous brown. It looked less like a book and more like a fossilized lump of ancient mud. Yet, undeniably, it was a book, and from it the faint, musty aroma of old paper and decaying wildflowers seemed to strengthen, a whisper from the past. "What is it?" Higgins breathed, leaning over Thistlewick's shoulder, his earlier terror now replaced by a morbid fascination. "A book," Thistlewick murmured, turning it over carefully in his mud-caked hands. It felt immensely old, impossibly fragile, or what's left of one. He tried to pry open the cover, but it resisted, stiff and unyielding. He worked at it gently, fearing it would simply crumble into dust. Finally, with a soft, tearing sound, the cover cracked open, revealing a few pages. The paper was thick, handmade, and the ink, though faded, was still remarkably legible in places. The writing was a sprawling, elegant script, clearly from an earlier century. "Look," Higgins exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at the first visible page. "A date, and a name." Thistlewick leaned closer, his brow furrowed in concentration. The date, though smeared with damp, seemed to read October 17th, 1805, and beneath it, a name, PVT1, Alistair Finch, 43rd Regiment of Foot. Alistair Finch. The red coats, the muskets. It clicked into place with a chilling, undeniable certainty. This was his diary, the diary of the sleepy Specter. They huddled together in the dim light of the dugout. Later that night, the retrieved diary laid carefully on a ration crate. Sergeant Grimsby, surprisingly, had not questioned their brief disappearance. The shock of his own spectral experience seemed to have rendered him uncharacteristically introspective. Thistlewick and Higgins, now partners in this bizarre, paranormal investigation, knew they couldn't possibly involve him yet. The diary was the key. With painstaking care, Thistlewick, using a piece of carefully sharpened kindling, began to pry apart the fused pages. Higgins holding the flickering candle, his face taut with anticipation. Each page was a battle against time and damp, the fragile paper threatening to disintegrate at the slightest pressure. They started from the back, where the book had naturally fallen open, hoping to find the most recent entries, perhaps even the fateful one. The writing was indeed an older script, but readable with effort. The entries were sparse at first, brief notations about weather, rations, and the endless tedium of a long-forgotten campaign. Oct 10th, 1805. Rain again. The very mud has mud. Morale is low. Biscuit still hard enough to chip teeth. Sentry duty again tonight. My eyes feel as though they are filled with sand from the Sahara. Thistlewick read aloud, his voice low, Higgins listening with rapt attention. A grim, familiar picture began to emerge. Oct 12th, 1805. The cannonade continues. A dull thud, unending. They say the enemy is fortifying their position across the bog. What position, I wonder? This entire land is bog. 3 days without proper slumber now. The body aches in places I did not know existed. My jaw, it feels as though it wishes to unhinge itself, to let out a sound of truly monumental proportions. Intisavik paused, a shiver running down his spine. The monumental proportions. It was exactly as the ghost had described. The shared experience, now spanning centuries, was almost too profound to bear. October 14th, 1805. The weariness is a physical weight upon me. It presses upon my skull, into my very bones. I dream of nothing but stretching, a vast, all-consuming stretch that might pull me into oblivion. It is a peculiar torment, this constant battle against the urge to simply open wide and let out the soul itself. The captain noted my sluggishness, threatened me with extra duties, as if that would cure the deep-seated marrow-level need for release. I feel it building within me, a great, silent scream of the body. My eyes water at the sheer force of it. It would be a truly glorious thing, were I permitted to complete it. The words on the page seemed to hum with an ancient, unbearable fatigue. Thistlewick felt a familiar aching behind his own jaw, a sympathetic phantom. Higgins swallowed hard, his eyes glued to the crumbling page. He felt it too, Higgins whispered. The grand yawn, just like you, Thistlewick, and the sergeant. Thistlewick nodded, carefully turning the next page. This was it. The final entry. The ink was smudged, as if the pen had slipped or the writer's hand had trembled. It ended abruptly. October 17th, 1805. Dawn approaches. Another watch. The mist clings to the ground. My jaw aches so. The great yawn is upon me, building to its climax. I feel it swelling, consuming. It promises to be the most profound release. My mouth opens, wide, and oh-h-h-h, and that was all. The sentence ended there, mid-yawn, the word itself truncated. The oh-h-h-h, trailing off into nothingness, followed by a violent, smudged streak across the page, as if the book had been thrown or struck a moment later. The pages beyond were either blank or entirely disintegrated, leaving this last, unfinished utterance. A profound silence descended upon the dugout, broken only by the crackle of a candle flame. Thistlewick and Higgins stared at the last entry. The mundane, tragic, utterly absurd end of Private Alistair Finch. He hadn't simply died, he had died mid-yawn, his final desperate breath, his ultimate physiological release, forever trapped, unheard, unfulfilled. The cannonball had claimed his physical form, but his magnificent, soul-wrenching yawn had been severed, frozen in time, eternally suspended. He died yawning, Higgins finally managed, his voice a strained whisper, a mix of horror and a peculiar dark humor. The poor sod, for centuries. Stuck mid-stretch. His final breath, Thistlewick added, his voice equally hushed, was supposed to be a yawn. Not a gasp of pain, not a curse, but a magnificent, all-encompassing yawn. And it was denied him. He looked at the smudged, unfinished word. It's why he lingered. Why he manifests. His very spirit is still trying to complete that one last, glorious exhalation. The truth, as revealed by the ancient waterlogged diary, was more tragically ludicrous than either of them could have possibly imagined. The sleepy specter was not a malevolent entity, nor a vengeful spirit. It was merely a soldier, Private Alistair Finch, who had suffered the most mundane, yet profound, of unfulfilled needs. His existence was an eternal silent scream of physiological frustration, a cosmic yawn stuck in purgatory, reaching out across the centuries, trying to complete itself through the bodies of the living. So, when it manifests through us, Higgins began, a dawning comprehension on his face. It's not trying to scare us, it's just trying to yawn. Precisely, Thistlewick affirmed, gently closing the diary, the brittle leather creaking softly. It's not a war cry, Higgins. It's the most magnificent, deeply satisfying yawn of a lifetime that was cut short, mid-stretch, and it simply needs a host, a conduit, to finally let it out. For a brief moment, it possesses us, grants itself that release, and in doing so, it has inadvertently, hilariously, sent our entire company charging into no man's land. Higgins let out a choked sound, a strange mix of a gasp and a suppressed giggle. The sheer absurdity of it all. The tragic comedy of Private Alistair Finch's eternal plight was overwhelming. To die mid-yawn, and then to haunt a trench for centuries, merely to finish it, was a fate so unique and so utterly undignified that it almost made the horrors of their own war seem slightly less bleak. It was the ultimate dark joke, and they were now privy to its punchline. The diary, a fragile testament to an unfinished breath, lay between them, binding them not just to the current conflict, but to a bizarre, centuries-old legacy of profound fatigue and unintended chaos. They had found the truth, and it was far more boring, and therefore far more unsettling than any ghost story. Now, they understood why. The question that remained was, what in the name of all that was unholy were they going to do about it? Chapter 7. The Yawns' curse, the revelation unearthed from Private Alistair Finch's waterlogged diary, lay heavy in the minds of Percival Thistlewick and Private Higgins. A truth more outlandish and yet, in its own peculiar way, more profoundly logical than anything they had encountered in the war. The sleepy Specter was not a malevolent entity, but a perpetually frustrated soldier from another century, his final, all-consuming yawn tragically severed, leaving his spirit to linger, eternally seeking completion through the unwilling bodies of the living. The knowledge was a peculiar burden, a secret shared only between the two of them, and, by grim, involuntary experience, Sergeant Grimsby, who, to their silent understanding, was now equally a reluctant participant in this spectral drama. Grimsby, since his own monumental exhalation, had become uncharacteristically withdrawn, his usual gruff bluster replaced by a quiet, often wide-eyed contemplation of the trench walls. He still dismissed the overt talk of ghosts from the other men, but his scoffing now lacked its former conviction, a hollow echo of his previous skepticism. The immediate aftermath of Grimsby's accidental spectral performance had settled into a strained quiet. The adjacent company, having wasted their ammunition on the phantom of a yawn, slowly returned to their somnolent state, muttering about phantom attacks and the perils of too much imagination. But something had subtly, insidiously, shifted within Thistlewick's own platoon. It began imperceptibly, a creeping malaise that, at first, could easily be dismissed as the inevitable consequence of trench life. Fatigue was, after all, a constant companion in the mud-soaked confines of the front line. But this was different. This was a profound, almost aggressive drowsiness that seemed to seep into their very bones, deeper than mere physical exhaustion. Private Higgins was the first to voice it. A few days after their midnight investigation, Thistlewick had begun, his voice unusually slurred, his eyes already heavy-lidded at midday. I feel like I've been hit over the head with a particularly large, fluffy pillow. Can't seem to keep my eyes open. And I only just woke up. He punctuated this with a wide, jaw-cracking yawn of his own, a sound that, to Thistlewick's now highly attuned ears, carried a faint, almost imperceptible echo of the sleepy Specter's signature bellow. Thistlewick had watched with a growing sense of unease as the phenomenon spread. It wasn't an epidemic of a new disease, nor was it simply the collective fatigue of men pushed to their limits. It was something more insidious, a pervasive languor that seemed to sap their will and their strength, making even the simplest tasks feel like Herculean efforts. Men would slump against the trench walls during their meager breaks, their heads lolling, falling into instant deep slumber, only to wake a few minutes later feeling even more tired. Conversational sentences would trail off mid-thought, replaced by soft snores. Rifles would slip from nerveless grasps, clattering to the duckboards. Corporal Davies, normally meticulous and alert, was seen polishing his bayonet with his eyes half closed, his movements sluggish and jerky as if operating underwater. His typically crisp commands became slow, drawn-out pronouncements laced with frequent, stifled yawns. Right then. Lads need to you fortify that section before we all before we all fall over. The men around him, equally afflicted, would simply nod, their heads bobbing like sleepy dolls. Even Sergeant Grimsby, a man who had always prided himself on his unshakable constitution, was not immune. Thistlewick observed him one afternoon, propped against a sandbagged revetment, his eyes wide open but completely unfocused, a thin trickle of drool escaping the corner of his mouth. He wasn't asleep, not precisely, but he was certainly not awake either, caught in some liminal state between consciousness and utter oblivion. When Thistlewick quietly called his name, Grimsby jolted, snorting, his eyes blinking rapidly, before letting out a profound, shuddering yawn that sent a fresh prickle of anxiety down Thistlewick's spine. It was a smaller, less earth-shattering version of the ghost's roar, but the underlying essence was unmistakably the same. "Bloody hell, Thistlewick," Grimsby muttered, rubbing his eyes with a calloused hand. "Can't seem to shake it. Feel like I've been running a marathon in a dream. My head feels stuffed with cotton wool. This trench has got a peculiar way of draining a man." He didn't mention the yawn itself, but his weary, haunted gaze met Thistlewick's, a silent acknowledgment of the shared, unnatural burden. Thistlewick and Higgins, having read Alistair Finch's diary, understood. The ghost, Alistair Finch, had been trapped for centuries, perpetually on the verge of an immense, soul-satisfying yawn. When it manifested through a living host, it found its fleeting release, a momentary completion of its ancient physiological need. But perhaps, Thistlewick hypothesized, there was a cost. Perhaps the very act of its manifestation, the brief, powerful resonance with a living body, drew something out. Not just a temporary fatigue, but a deeper, more pervasive weariness, a resonance with Finch's own eternal exhaustion. It was as if the ghost, in its profound need for a yawn, was subtly, inadvertently, infecting its surroundings, creating a microclimate of cosmic fatigue. The trench, particularly the older, more deeply dug sections, seemed to hum with this oppressive lethargy. "It's like his sharing it," Higgins whispered to Thistlewick one night, as they watched their comrades succumb to spontaneous naps during watch, their heads drooping over their rifles. All of that pent-up weariness, all those centuries of needing a good stretch. "He's putting it out, Thistlewick, like a bad cough. But it's a yawn, a really, really old one, and it's catching." The humor in it was dark, almost unbearable. The men were not simply tired from the war. They were cursed by a yawn. Their enemy wasn't just the Germans, but an unseen, unceasing force of profound boredom. It was the ultimate cosmic irony. Their lives, already defined by the mundane horrors of the trenches, were now subject to the whims of a spectral bodily function. The effects began to impact their duties. Sentries would nod off, only to be jolted awake by the sudden crack of a distant rifle shot, or the splash of a rat in a puddle. Digging parties moved with the sluggishness of men wading through treacle. Yawns were sometimes left unattended, the men too wearied to bother, leaving them vulnerable to the trench rats, who, seemingly unaffected by the phantom weariness, grew fatter by the day. The officers, baffled, attributed it to collective battle fatigue, though none had experienced such a widespread, inexplicable lethargy before. They barked orders, threatened punishments, but even their voices seemed to carry less force, muffled by the pervasive, yawning atmosphere. "It's the Yawns curse," Disselwick Higgins stated, his face pale and drawn from lack of restful sleep, despite his constant dozing. "Every time he gets his release, it just drains a bit more from us. Like a siphon. He gets his yawn and we get his centuries of bone-deep fatigue. It's not fair, is it? To be cursed by a ghost's unfinished stretch." Disselwick agreed. It wasn't fair. The thought of being constantly drained, perpetually on the brink of an unwanted, profound sleep, was more insidious than any shell shock. It was a slow, creeping erosion of the will, a subtle descent into a world where every action felt like pulling oneself through treacle. The memory of Alistair Finch's OHHHH lingered in his mind. A silent, terrible anthem to their current predicament. He began to observe the others more closely, searching for patterns. The drowsiness seemed worse in the deeper, older sections of the trench, closer to where Finch's diary had been found, closer to where the faint, musty scent still occasionally lingered. The men who spent more time in those sections, or who had been present when Finch's yawn had manifested, seemed particularly susceptible. Sergeant Grimsby, having been a direct conduit for the spectral exhalation, was now in a near-constant state of semi-consciousness, his eyes glazing over even in the middle of a sentence. He still functioned, but it was clear that a deep, internal battle against an overwhelming need for sleep was constantly raging within him. He was losing. The irony of the situation was a constant bitter humor. They were soldiers, meant to be alert, vigilant, ready for battle. Instead, they were becoming a company of somnambulists, their fighting edge dulled not by the enemy's bullets or gas, but by the relentless, unfulfilled physiological need of a long-dead private. The ghost had found its temporary release, but it had, in turn, unleashed its centuries of accumulated weariness upon the living. The Yawns curse. It was a new, unexpected, and utterly absurd enemy, far more difficult to combat than any tangible foe. How did one fight a profound, spectral state of exhaustion? Disselwick tried to remain vigilant, tried to fight the subtle drag that seemed to tug at his own eyelids. He had experienced the full, raw power of the spectral yawn firsthand. He understood its origins, its torment, its desperate need. But understanding did not make him immune to its lingering effects. He found himself nodding off during his own watches, catching himself just before his face hit the cold, damp mud. His thoughts, once relatively coherent, now felt thick and sluggish like treacle. The world around him seemed to blur at the edges, and the distant sounds of the war became muffled, as if he were constantly drifting in and out of a dream. The platoon, once a relatively sharp, if weary fighting unit, was slowly, imperceptibly turning into a collection of walking sleepers. Their reactions were slow, their movements clumsy, their morale, what little there was, replaced by a dull, persistent lethargy. They were being lulled, not into a peaceful slumber, but into a dangerous, somnambulant state by the unseen, unceasing influence of Private Alistair Finch's eternal, unfinished yawn. The true curse was not a violent manifestation, but a slow, quiet draining, leaving them utterly defenseless against the most powerful and most boring of all adversaries, absolute, profound, and utterly inescapable sleep. The next attack, Thistlewick realized with a cold shudder, might not be from the Germans, but from the very force of their own profound spectral exhaustion. What then? Chapter 8. The historian's dark humor, the insidious grip of the Yawns curse, tightened its hold on Percival Thistlewick's platoon with each passing day. It was a peculiar enemy, subtle yet relentless, more draining than any barrage. The pervasive drowsiness, initially a mere inconvenience, had deepened into a profound, almost incapacitating lethargy. Men would lean against the damp, earthen walls of the trench, their eyes glazing over in the middle of conversations, their hands dropping their rifles with a muffled thud. Sentinel duty became a desperate, whacking nightmare of self-slapping and pinched flesh, often ending in a brief, terrifying lapse into sleep from which they would jolt awake, disoriented and guilt-ridden. Corporal Davies, once a paragon of crisp discipline, now moved with the sluggishness of a man wading through thick mud. His bayonet, once pristine, now bore the occasional smudge of dust from where it had slipped onto the ground during an unwitting doze. Even Sergeant Grimsby, the formidable, unwavering Grimsby, bore the unmistakable signs of the curse. He no longer merely scoffed at the whispers of the sleepy Specter. He merely grunted, a sound of profound, exhausted resignation, his eyes often wide and unfocused, caught in the throes of an internal battle against the overwhelming tide of fatigue. Thistlewick and Higgins, burdened with the full, absurd truth of Private Alistair Finch's eternal, unfinished yawn, felt a unique blend of empathy and grim exasperation. It was a war, they thought, against a cosmic need for a nap. It was into this atmosphere of profound, inexplicable torpor that Dr. Armitage Finchley arrived. He was a small, bustling man, whose spectacles sat perpetually askew on his nose and whose tweed jacket, despite the mud and damp of the trenches, managed to retain an air of academic rumination. Dr. Finchley, a military historian of some renown, was ostensibly visiting the front to document the soldiers' experience, to gather first-hand accounts, and to perhaps, if the opportunity presented itself, unearth some forgotten artifact of martial significance. He carried a large, leather-bound notebook and a fountain pen, both incongruously pristine in the squalor. His arrival, announced by an exasperated liaison officer, was met with a collective, sleepy groan from the platoon, who regarded civilians, especially academic ones, as curious, fragile creatures utterly unsuited to the realities of the front. Dr. Finchley, however, seemed undeterred by the palpable exhaustion emanating from the men. He bustled through the trench, his gait surprisingly spry, peering into dugouts and observing the drooping forms with an almost clinical fascination. "Remarkable," he declared, adjusting his spectacles as he watched Private O'Malley slowly, irrevocably, slide down a sandbagged wall into a puddle of stagnant water, a soft snore escaping his lips. The sheer resilience of the human organism under duress. Or perhaps a novel form of battle fatigue previously uncatalogued. Quite fascinating. Quite fascinating indeed. He scribbled furiously in his notebook, seemingly oblivious to the dark humor of the situation, or perhaps incorporating it into his scholarly observations. He eventually gravitated towards the section where Thistlewick, Higgins, and Grimsby were huddled around a meager fire, attempting to boil water for tea. Grimsby was, at that moment, fighting a valiant, losing battle against slumber, his head slowly dipping, only to snap back up with a violent jerk that sent a spray of tea sloshing over his hand. "Ah," Sergeant Grimsby, I presume? Dr. Finchley chirped, his voice surprisingly robust despite the ambient weariness. And you, Private Thistlewick? And Private Higgins? I've heard quite a number of fascinating accounts of your recent incident. The ghostly roar of the 17th. I believe it's been dubbed utterly captivating from a psychological perspective. Grimsby merely grunted, rubbing his eyes. It was a charge, Professor, nothing more. Men got a bit excited. His denial, Thistlewick noted, was weaker than usual, lacking its customary force. The ghost's yawn, Grimsby now knew, was profoundly real. Dr. Finchley, however, waved a dismissive hand, not at the denial. But, oh, of course. Discipline, tactical acumen, admirable indeed. But the AI catalyst, Sergeant, the E-trigger for such spontaneous, dare I say, almost primordial aggression. That's where the truly interesting psychological phenomena lie. It reminds me quite vividly of several instances throughout military history where the line between calculated strategy and sheer, delightful madness blurred. Quite common, actually, under conditions of extreme duress. He then settled onto a splintered ammunition crate, pulled out a rather crumpled handkerchief, and meticulously wiped his spectacles. Take, for instance, he began, his eyes gleaming with academic enthusiasm, the infamous Napoleon's Noddies incident during the Peninsular War. Our regiment, the Royal Lochnagar Fusiliers, if my memory serves, found themselves besieged in a particularly unpleasant mountain pass, cut off, starving, suffering from a severe lack of proper sleep for weeks. One moonless night, the French, attempting a surprise assault, were met not with musket fire, but with the most profound, collective snorings one could imagine. Apparently, the entire regiment, almost to a man, had succumbed to an unprecedented wave of spontaneous, synchronized slumber. The French, mistaking the rhythmic snores and the occasional, truly monumental snort for some new, terrifying form of psychological warfare involving sonic weaponry, promptly retreated in disarray. Fought against a literal army of sleeping men. They did. The Lochnagars, of course, awoke to a rather embarrassing victory. Their commanding officer, a stern Scot, had them all flogged for insubordination. But the tale of the grand somnolence of the Lochnagars became quite the legend in the mess halls. Thistlewick and Higgins exchanged glances. The sheer preposterous coincidence of it, an entire regiment, succumbing to an overwhelming need for sleep, leading to an unexpected military outcome. It resonated with the dark, absurd humor of their own situation. Even Grimsby let out a low, rumbling sound that might have been a chuckle, a rare sound indeed these days. And then, Dr. Finchley continued, warming to his theme, oblivious to the profound relevance of his tales. There's the curious case of the Whispering Walls of Vicksburg during the American Civil War. The Confederate defenders, already on the brink of starvation and exhaustion, began to report strange low hums emanating from the earth itself. They interpreted it as some arcane Union tunneling operation, a psychological ploy to undermine their resolve. They spent days digging counter-tunnels, convinced they were fighting subterranean saboteurs. Turned out, after the surrender, that the hum was merely the collective, low-frequency resonance of thousands of cicadas burrowing into the damp soil, coupled with the profound auditory hallucinations of men suffering from chronic sleep deprivation. The entire garrison was driven to a frenzy of pointless, exhausting digging, all because of an insect chorus and their own frayed nerves. A tragic comedy, really, when you think about it. The war, you see, often provides the most bizarre canvases for the human mind to paint its own realities upon. especially when deprived of proper rest. He paused, taking a sip from his own pristine flask, which smelled faintly of very weak brandy. Indeed, the annals of military history are replete with such delightful absurdities. Troops mistaking a flock of startled pigeons for an enemy charge, leading to a full-scale artillery bombardment of an empty field. A particularly dull sermon from a chaplain once induced such profound, widespread snoring among a front-line unit that the enemy, hearing the rhythmic, guttural sounds, believed them to be preparing for a mass, ritualistic self-sacrifice, and fled in terror. It was dubbed the Sermon of the Somnolent Slaughter. Most peculiar. The unexpected consequences of utter boredom and deep fatigue are often far more potent than any strategic genius. As Dr. Finchley rambled on, his voice a soothing, academic drone, a strange sense of ironic comfort settled over the small group. The historian, in his utter ignorance of their direct, personal experience with a literal yawning ghost, was inadvertently providing a framework, a historical precedent, for their profound, collective weariness. It was as if he was saying, "Don't worry, chaps, you're not going mad. This sort of thing happens all the time. Humans, when pushed to their limits, conjure the most preposterous explanations for the most mundane physiological reactions. Or, in your case, the most mundane supernatural ones." Higgins, his eyes still heavy, managed a weak smile. "So it's not just us, then. All the armies, throughout history, they've had their own sleepy specters, then." His voice was still laced with weariness, but it also held a new, fragile note of shared humanity, a connection to a larger, more absurd historical narrative. "Precisely, my dear private." Dr. Finchley beamed, mistaking Higgins's literal interpretation for a metaphor. "The human element, you see, is always the most unpredictable variable in warfare. The irrational, the superstitious, the profoundly exhausted mind, these are far more potent than any new weapon. It's truly a marvel. A morbidly amusing marvel, to be sure." Sergeant Grimsby, who had been listening with a visible struggle against encroaching slumber, finally gave in to a profound, shuddering yawn of his own. It was not the spectral, earth-shaking roar, but a deep, resonant human sound of utter exhaustion. He caught Thistlewick's eye, a fleeting, weary acknowledgment of their shared ridiculous burden. The historian, oblivious, merely nodded. "Ah, yes, Sergeant. That's it precisely. The very essence of what I'm speaking about. The sheer, unadulterated need for rest. A universal constant of the soldier's plight from Caesar's legions to the present day. Quite marvelous, truly." He jotted something in his notebook. Note: observe pronounced yawning among 17th Platoon. Possible localized strain of combat lassitude. Thistlewick felt a strange, almost liberating wave of gallows humor wash over him. Here they were, cursed by a centuries-old, unfinished yawn, and a visiting academic was meticulously documenting their spectral affliction as a fascinating case study in military psychology. The absurdity was so profound it bordered on the sublime. The Yawn's curse still lingered, a pervasive, draining force, but in Dr. Finchley's bizarre historical parallels there was a tiny, flickering spark of morbid amusement. It made their bizarre predicament feel less like a solitary madness and more like a darkly humorous footnote in the endlessly strange tapestry of human conflict. They were not alone in their absurdity. They were merely the latest, most uniquely boring. And a long, illustrious history of battlefield oddities. The world, it seemed, was perpetually ready to provide a fresh, peculiar distraction for the restless mind, even if that distraction was merely the historical echo of a very, very old yawn. Chapter 9. The soldier's dilemma. The trench, the ever-present companion of mud and gloom, now felt like a cradle, albeit a particularly cold and uncomfortable one. The Yawns curse, as Private Higgins had so aptly and grimly named it, had sunk its insidious roots deep into the platoon. Dr. Armitage Finchley, the visiting historian with his endless supply of morbidly amusing anecdotes, had offered a brief, ironic respite, a shared moment of dark laughter at the universe's preposterous sense of humor. His tales of Napoleonic noddies and the somnolent slaughter had, for a fleeting hour, made their own unique affliction feel less like a descent into madness and more like a bizarre footnote in the grand, absurd history of human conflict. But the doctor's academic pronouncements, however entertaining, had done nothing to alleviate the profound, bone-deep weariness that now clung to every man like a persistent, damp fog. For Private Percival Thistlewick, the curse was a unique torment. He understood it, perhaps better than anyone, save for the long-dead Private Alistair Finch himself. He knew the yawn was not malicious, not a conscious act of haunting, but merely the lingering physiological need of a soul denied its final, glorious exhalation. He knew it manifested through living hosts, seeking a momentary release for its centuries of pent-up fatigue. And he knew, with chilling certainty, that this release, however brief and profound for the Specter, exacted a heavy toll on the living. It was a cosmic siphon, drawing forth not life, but the very essence of wakefulness, leaving behind a persistent, almost spiritual lethargy. The dilemma that now gnawed at Thistlewick was a quiet, insidious thing, far more subtle than the roar of artillery, yet just as dangerous. He felt it constantly, this low, insistent hum of drowsiness, a velvet cloak tugging at his senses, promising an end to all discomfort. Sleep, Patel. It beckoned, not as a normal, restorative repose, but as a profound, almost mystical surrender. In the brutal, meaningless monotony of the trenches, where every waking moment was a battle against cold, hunger, fear, and the pervasive reek of death, the idea of simply giving in, of letting the overwhelming tide of exhaustion sweep him away, was intensely alluring. He would find himself leaning against the rough, splintered wood of a dugout wall, his rifle slipping to the side, his eyelids growing impossibly heavy. The mud, once a source of constant irritation, would feel oddly soft beneath his boots. The distant sounds of the war, the sharp crack of a rifle, the dull thud of a shell, would recede, muffled and indistinct, like noises heard through thick water. A profound stillness would settle over him, an emptiness that was not frightening, but strangely comforting. It was the feeling of everything ceasing, of burdens dissolving, of the world itself fading into a soft, gray oblivion. In that state, the discomfort of a cold trench, the ache in his muscles, the gnawing anxiety about the next attack, all would simply vanish. It was a fleeting, but potent, taste of true peace. And it was all thanks to Alistair Finch's lingering need for a yawn. The temptation was almost overwhelming. To simply close his eyes, to let the exhaustion claim him, to drift into that profound, vacant stillness. What did it matter? In the grand scheme of this muddy, senseless war, one less pair of eyes on watch, one less rifle pointed at the desolate expanse of no man's land. But then the soldier in him, the small, insistent voice of duty and survival, would kick back. It was not a normal sleep. It was a draining, a sapping of his vital energy, leaving him more susceptible, more vulnerable. Giving in was not rest. It was a slow, quiet surrender. He watched his comrades, each grappling with the curse in their own way. Private Higgins, ever the nervous one, would fight it with a frantic energy, pinching himself, slapping his cheeks, muttering to himself in increasingly panicked tones. No, no, not now. Must stay awake. The Fritz won't wait for a nap. He feared the yawn not just for its physical toll, but for its supernatural origin, a tangible manifestation of the spooky tales he so loved. His resistance was born of terror. Corporal Davies, however, the meticulous, disciplined Davies, seemed to be losing his battle with a quiet, almost dignified resignation. His movements were slow, his once sharp mind now foggy. Dislovic had seen him more than once, polishing his bayonet with his eyes closed. The rhythmic shinking of the cloth against the steel, becoming a dull, hypnotic lullaby. Davies wasn't fighting the sleep. He was simply failing to stay awake, his ingrained sense of duty slowly dissolving under the relentless pressure of the curse. His resistance was simply fading. And then there was Sergeant Grimsby, the pragmatic, unshakable Sergeant Grimsby, who now, after his own involuntary performance of the sleepy Specter's yawn, was a shadow of his former self. He still barked orders, but the growl was muted, the edge taken off by a pervasive weariness that seemed to pull at his very soul. Dislovic had witnessed him on watch, propped against the sandbags, his head lolling, his eyes open but vacant, a thin stream of drool escaping his lips. He was in a state of continuous near sleep, constantly fighting to remain upright, constantly failing. Grimsby's battle was the most tragic. The collapse of a man's core belief in tangible reality, replaced by a profound, reluctant acceptance of the utterly absurd. His resistance was born of stubborn pride. But it was a losing fight. Dislovic felt the insidious pull himself, the subtle, gentle towards oblivion. He was on watch, the night a canvas of inky blackness, broken only by the faint distant flares that would occasionally arc across the sky, painting fleeting, ghostly images on the landscape. His rifle felt impossibly heavy in his hands. His eyes, though wide open, felt as though they were lined with lead. His thoughts became sluggish, drifting like smoke. He knew, intimately, the feeling that Alistair Finch must have experienced for centuries, the profound, agonizing need for a yawn, that promised not just relief, but a cessation of being. The ghost was not malevolent, but its very existence, its fundamental, unfulfilled need, was a drain on the living. It was not a deliberate curse, but a side effect, a ripple in the fabric of reality caused by a profound, unrequited physiological urge. He could feel the phantom weariness emanating from the older sections of the trench, from the very earth itself, as if the soil had absorbed Alistair Finch's endless fatigue. It was a quiet hum, a silent invitation to simply close his eyes and join the ranks of the perpetually weary. And sometimes, in those darkest hours, he found himself almost wanting to accept, to let go, to experience that profound, enveloping emptiness, to escape the ceaseless anxieties of the war. It was a form of surrender, but a peaceful one, a drifting away into a comfortable, if unnatural. But then, an image would flash in his mind. Higgins' terrified face, Davies's slumped form, Grimsby's haunted eyes. They were his responsibility, his comrades. If he gave in, if he allowed the spectral yawn to claim him, to drain him, what would become of them? Another accidental charge? A missed enemy patrol? Their lives, precarious as they were, depended on the vigilance of every man. And he, Percival Thistlewick, was the only one who truly understood the bizarre, ridiculous nature of their common enemy. He couldn't afford to succumb. The debate raged within him, a silent internal war. Embrace the eerie comfort, the temporary oblivion that offered a respite from the very real horrors? Or resist its supernatural pull, fight against the profound fatigue, and maintain the fragile vigilance that kept them all alive? It was a choice between a peculiar, spectral mercy and the harsh, unforgiving demands of reality. Both paths seemed fraught with their own kind of despair. The ghost, Alistair Finch, simply wanted to yawn. And in doing so, he was slowly, inexorably, driving an entire platoon towards a waking nightmare of perpetual sleep. Thistlewick, the unlikely vessel of this profound, boring curse, found himself balanced precariously on the precipice of a decision, caught between the comforting pull of oblivion and the chilling certainty of its consequences. He rubbed his eyes, felt the grit of dirt beneath his eyelids, and wondered if he would ever truly feel awake again. The very air around him seemed to hum with a quiet, ancient drowsiness, a promise of an end to all things, good and bad, in the arms of a very, very old Yawn. Chapter 10. The Night of 1,000 Yawns, the Yawn's Curse, as Private Higgins had so aptly and grimly named it, had ceased to be a mere affliction of Percival Thistlewick's platoon, like a particularly virulent strain of boredom, or a silence that somehow screamed for slumber. It had begun its insidious creep across the entire camp, seeping into every dugout, every communication trench, every hastily constructed latrine. The pervasive drowsiness, once a peculiar torment confined to a small group of men, was now a ubiquitous, oppressive blanket, muffling the very sounds of war, and replacing them with a symphony of sighs, grunts, and the rhythmic guttural exhalations of men struggling and failing to remain alert. What began as sporadic head-nodding among Thistlewick's immediate comrades escalated into a full-blown epidemic of somnolence. Private O'Malley, who had once yelped in terror at the initial ghostly manifestation, was now perpetually slumped against the trench wall, his rifle clattering to the duckboards every few minutes with a sound that seemed to grow fainter each time, as if the very force of gravity was succumbing to the overwhelming fatigue. Corporal Davies, whose meticulous nature once dictated every movement, would find himself polishing the same spot on his bayonet for an eternity, his eyes closed, his breathing deep and even, only to startle awake with a jolt, utterly disoriented, and convinced he had merely blinked. Even Sergeant Grimsby, the formidable, unwavering Grimsby, now operated in a perpetual state of half-sleep. His commands, once sharp and cutting, had devolved into slurred pronouncements, punctuated by profound, chest-heaving yawns that made his jaw ache in sympathetic response. He no longer fought the notion of the sleepy specter. He merely fought the unyielding, supernatural pull towards oblivion, and he was losing. The phenomenon spread silently, like a contagious lethargy carried on the damp air itself. From the adjacent companies, positioned further down the winding trenches, came sounds previously uncommon. The muffled thud of a dropped helmet, a sustained, deep snore echoing from a dugout meant for vigilance, the sudden, startled cry of a sentry waking from a brief, terrifying lapse. It began in the deeper, older sections, those closest to where Private Alistair Finch's diary had been found, where the faint, musty scent of ancient paper and decaying wildflowers still occasionally lingered, a spectral perfume of profound fatigue. But it quickly permeated the newer extensions, the supply lines, even the officers' mess, as if the very fabric of the camp's existence was being infused with a centuries-old need for a very long nap. Thistlewick, burdened by the grim knowledge gleaned from Finch's diary, watched with a growing sense of dread. He saw it in the cooks, whose stirring of watery stew became slower, more desultory, their heads drooping over the steaming vats, occasionally jolting awake with a snort, risking singed eyebrows. He saw it in the medical orderlies, whose movements over bandaged wounds became clumsy, their ministrations punctuated by soft, almost mournful yawns. The camp's communications officer, usually a man of sharp wit and even sharper Morse code, was observed tapping out messages with a slow, hesitant rhythm, his forehead occasionally resting on the key, sending out garbled, indecipherable bursts of dots and dashes that caused alarm and confusion further down the line. Even the rats, those ubiquitous, unsleepy denizens of the trenches, seemed to be exhibiting unusual behavior. Tislewick swore he saw one particularly fat specimen, usually darting with manic energy, pause mid-scamper, its small beady eyes closing for a brief, disdainable moment before it shook its head, as if fighting a tiny rat-sized wave of drowsiness. The sheer, preposterous scale of it all was overwhelming. The impact on camp operations was immediate and alarming. Sentry rosters became a mere suggestion, with men nodding off at their posts with terrifying regularity. Patrols were delayed, or sometimes entirely forgotten, as the designated soldiers simply slumped into unconsciousness before their departure. Supply deliveries, already haphazard, became even more unreliable, with drivers dozing off at the wheel of their heavy trucks, or supply sergeants miscounting rations in a fog of profound fatigue. Discipline, which relied so heavily on constant vigilance, began to fray at the edges. Officers, themselves battling the pervasive drowsiness, found their voices lack their usual cutting edge, their threats of punishment falling flat in a landscape of universally heavy eyelids. They tried to impose strict sleep schedules, to mandate exercise, to brew stronger tea, but nothing seemed to combat the profound, almost spiritual lethargy that clung to every man. They attributed it to a new strain of trench fever, to the damp, to the psychological toll of prolonged combat, anything but the true absurd cause. The night of 1,000 yawns was a phrase that began to circulate among the few truly awake men. A morbid joke, a whispered, exhausted acknowledgment of their shared plight. It wasn't a night of thunderous battle, but a night of quiet, pervasive surrender. The air itself seemed thick, heavy with the weight of unseen ancient weariness. The sounds of the camp were now dominated not by the usual mechanical clatter or human chatter, but by a chorus of sighs, groans, and the soft, almost sorrowful gasps of men unable to fight the tide. Tislewick, men, Yawns, whose dilemma had previously been an internal struggle, now felt it externalized, amplified 1,000-fold. He was one of the few who understood, and the isolation of that knowledge was immense. He saw the very real danger that this profound, supernatural drowsiness posed. An enemy attack, even a minor one, could devastate a camp full of men operating on the very edge of consciousness. They would be slaughtered in their sleep, or stumble blindly into no man's land, guided not by strategy, but by the relentless pull of oblivion. He fought the curse constantly. His eyes burned, his head ached with the effort of remaining vigilant. He would pinch himself until bruises mottled his arms, bite his lip until the coppery taste of blood filled his mouth, all in a desperate attempt to stay awake, to resist the insidious comfort that promised to steal his will and his life. He watched Private Higgins, whose initial terror had morphed into a kind of frantic, desperate cheerfulness as he slapped his own face with increasing violence. A maniacal grin plastered over his exhausted features. Just a bit more, Higgins would crow, a wild glint in his eyes. Just a bit more of the old sleepy Specter. Makes us soft, does it? Ha! We'll nap the Hun to death. But the bravado was thin, a fragile shield against the encroaching tide. Sergeant Grimsby, seeing Thistlewick's constant struggle, and recognizing the deeper, shared truth in Thistlewick's unwavering alertness amidst the general collapse, approached him one particularly somnolent morning. Grimsby's eyes, usually sharp, were now dulled and bloodshot, but a flicker of his old determination remained. "Thistlewick," he grunted, his voice a low, raspy whisper, This damn fatigue. It's not right. It's what you said. isn't it? The damned yawn. It's got us all. Even the bloody general looked like he was auditioning for a dosing competition this morning. A fresh yawn, deep and chest-heaving, seized Grimsby, distorting his face into a mask of unwilling surrender. What in the blazes do? We can't fight an enemy we can't see, or one that just wants us to bloody well lie down and close our eyes. The question hung heavy in the air, a profound and terrifying query. How did one fight a spectral yawn? How did one combat centuries of unfulfilled physiological need? It wasn't a foe with trenches or artillery, but one that burrowed into the very soul, whispering promises of profound empty peace. The night of 1,000 yawns wasn't just a turn of phrase. It was a terrifying, suffocating reality, a slow, silent surrender of the senses. The insidious nature of the curse, Thistlewick realized, was its ultimate triumph. It didn't bring immediate death, but a gradual, quiet, inescapable descent into a state of profound, unending lethargy, leaving them utterly vulnerable. The very memory of the dead, those soldiers who had fallen in the trenches over countless years, seemed to be infused with this spectral sleepiness. The earth itself felt heavier, burdened by the accumulated exhaustion of generations of men who had fought and died, perpetually denied their final profound rest. The ghostly presence of Private Alistair Finch was not merely affecting the living. It was, in its expansive, insatiable need for a full, glorious yawn, inadvertently transforming the entire battlefield into a monument to cosmic fatigue, where even the lingering echoes of past conflicts were being lulled into a deep, eternal slumber. It was a war Thistlewick understood with a chilling certainty that they were destined to lose, not to bullets or bombs, but to the most boring and most irresistible of all forces, the profound, soul-zapping, utterly unyielding desire to simply close one's eyes and fall asleep. Chapter 11. The Irony of Eternal Rest, the Yawn's Curse. A phenomenon both profoundly absurd and terrifyingly real had by now woven its invisible, suffocating tendrils throughout the entire camp. It was no longer a peculiar affliction confined to the mud-choked confines of Percival Thistlewick's immediate platoon. It was a pervasive, inescapable blanket of profound lethargy that draped itself over every man, every dugout, every vital operation. The once sharp crackle of command, the incessant clatter of equipment, the murmurs of exhausted conversation, all had been softened, muffled, absorbed by an overarching stillness, broken only by the chorus of sighs, grunts, and the deep, guttural inhalations and exhalations of men struggling against an unseen, irresistible tide of sleep. It was a battlefield where the very air tasted of oblivion, and the greatest threat was not a whistle in the wind, but the quiet whisper of one's own eyelids finally surrendering. For Private Percival Thistlewick, who carried the chilling truth of Private Alistair Finch's unfulfilled yawn like a stone in his boot, the irony of their predicament was a bitter, pervasive flavor in his mouth. He understood the curse, not as a malicious haunting, but as the cosmic reverberation of a profound, unrequited physiological need, an ancient sigh caught in purgatory. He knew that when the Specter found a temporary conduit, a fleeting vessel for its centuries of pent-up exhaustion, it granted itself a moment of glorious release. But this release, he had come to learn, was a costly transaction, a subtle siphoning of the living's wakefulness, leaving behind a profound, almost spiritual torpor, desillusion. Their enemy was not a tangible foe with bayonets and bombs, but the most mundane, most universal, and yet, in this context, most terrifying of human needs. The need for sleep. The absurdity of it all was a constant, gnawing presence. Here they were, soldiers in the Great War facing the most brutal, industrialized conflict in human history. Their days were a monotonous grind of mud, cold, hunger, and the constant buzzing dread of imminent death by bullet, shell, or gas. They were trained to fight, to endure, to be perpetually vigilant. Yet, their most formidable adversary had become an irresistible urge to simply lie down and close their eyes. Death, the ultimate and most certain consequence of their profession, was usually met with a final gasp of pain, a cry of defiance, or a quiet, noble surrender. But for them, for the men of the 17th, death now threatened to arrive in the most undignified, most inglorious of fashions, by simply falling asleep. Imagine the official reports. Tislowick would muse in his weary mind. The tragicomic entries in a regimental log. Private Jenkins found expired at his post. Cause of death, excessive somnolence. Defense compromised due to spontaneous terminal napping. Or, Company X, entire flank annihilated. Enemy advanced unimpeded. Our lads were all having a bit of a snooze, you see. Blame it on the sleepy Specter and his bloody, interminable yawn. The concept of eternal rest, a comforting euphemism for death often bandied about by chaplains and poets, now felt like a grotesque parody. Soldiers on the front lines, worn to the bone, often dreamed of the peace that only came with the cessation of life, the release from pain and fear. Yet, here, a spectral form of that very rest, a profound and irresistible oblivion, was being delivered as a curse. It was not the heroic end they might have envisioned, but a slow, quiet draining, an insidious erosion of will and vigilance, the very comfort they craved. The blessed escape of true sleep was being twisted into a weapon against them. It was a cruel, almost satirical commentary on the human condition in war. Even the promise of peace could be turned into a profound threat. Tislowick watched his comrades succumb, each in their own peculiar fashion. Private Higgins, whose initial terror of the ghost had given way to a frantic, almost manic resistance, was now a trembling, wide-eyed mess, perpetually on the verge of collapsing. He'd pinch himself, slap his cheeks, even try to hum raucously, only to find his voice trailing off into a sleepy drone, his eyelids drooping with an almost audible weight. His fight against the curse was a desperate, losing battle against his own biology, a frantic dance on the edge of oblivion. Corporal Davies, the meticulous one, was a study in dignified surrender. His hands would still perform the motions of polishing his bayonet or cleaning his rifle, but his eyes would be closed, his movements slow and dreamlike, a somnambulist soldier. His once crisp commands were now soft, slurred suggestions, his ingrained discipline dissolving like sugar in lukewarm tea under the relentless pressure of the profound fatigue. And Sergeant Grimsby, the pragmatic, unwavering Grimsby, was the most tragic figure of all. The man who had dismissed all talk of specters and supernatural phenomena, who had believed only in the tangible, was now a living, breathing testament to the absurdity of their plight. His formidable scowl had softened into a permanent mask of profound weariness, his once sharp eyes perpetually bloodshot and unfocused. He would stand on watch, propped against the sandbags, his head lolling, his mouth occasionally falling open in a small, involuntary, sleepy grunt. He no longer questioned the existence of the spectral yawn. He merely fought against its soul-sapping embrace, a losing battle against a truth too strange to bear. The very concept of battle, of strategic maneuvering, seemed ludicrous in this context. How could they launch an attack when half the men were likely to doze off mid-charge? How could they defend against an enemy when sentries were succumbing to involuntary naps, their rifles slipping from their hands into the mud? The common enemy, the Germans, became almost secondary, a distant threat compared to the insidious enemy within, the irresistible pull of a ghost's unfinished yawn. It was the ultimate cosmic dark joke. Their lives, already defined by the mundane horrors of the trenches, were now subjected to the whims of a spectral bodily function, a profound and unending need for a stretch. Thistlewick himself felt the insidious pull constantly. His eyes burned, his head ached with the effort of maintaining vigilance. He would force himself to count the rivets on his rifle, to meticulously trace the outline of a distant barren tree in no man's land. Anything to anchor himself to the waking world. He would bite his lip until the coppery taste of blood filled his mouth, a sharp, unpleasant sensation that momentarily cut through the fog of drowsiness. He felt the phantom weariness emanating from the very earth, particularly from the older, deeper sections of the trench, as if the soil itself had absorbed Alistair Finch's of unfulfilled fatigue. It was a quiet hum, a silent invitation to simply close his eyes, to let the burdens dissolve, to slip into that profound vacant stillness that offered temporary escape from the biting cold, the gnawing hunger, the ever-present fear. But he fought it. He had to. He was the one who knew the truth, the only one who truly understood the bizarre, ridiculous nature of their common enemy. He could not afford to succumb. The thought of Higgins, pale and trembling, or Davies succumbing with a quiet, dignified sigh, or Grimsby, his formidable will finally broken by an irresistible yawn, spurred him on. Their lives, precarious as they were, depended on the vigilance of every man. And he, Percival Thistlewick, was now, inexplicably, the reluctant keeper of their collective wakefulness, the one who had to stand against the most boring and most potent of all curses. He looked out over the desolate landscape of no man's land, the shell craters like ancient, weeping eyes, the twisted barbed wire like skeletal fingers reaching for a sky that always seemed to promise more gloom. The distant thud of artillery, the occasional crack of a rifle, seemed muffled, as if heard through a thick velvet curtain. Even the sounds of war were being lulled to sleep. The entire battlefield, the very ground they stood on, was becoming a monument to profound fatigue, a resting place not just for the physically dead, but for the lingering echoes of countless, weary souls, all being drawn into a collective spectral slumber by the unceasing, unfulfilled yearning of Private Alistair Finch. It was a war. Thistlewick realized with a chilling certainty that they were destined to lose, not to bullets or bombs, but to the most boring and most irresistible of all forces, the profound, soul-sapping, utterly unyielding desire to simply close one's eyes and fall asleep forever. Chapter 12. The chaplain's unhelpful advice, the camp, once a symphony of grim purpose, had devolved into a collective, groaning testament to the Yawns' curse. The very air hung heavy with a profound, almost tangible lethargy, thick as the morning mist. Men moved like figures in a slow-motion dream, their eyes perpetually glazed, their movements sluggish, punctuated by the deep, involuntary exhalations that had become the unofficial soundtrack of their existence. The threat of the Germans, though ever present, felt strangely distant, overshadowed by the insidious internal battle against an overwhelming spectral need for sleep. Private Percival Thistlewick, who alone grasped the full, tragicomic truth of Private Alistair Finch's eternally unfinished yawn, found himself locked in a constant, brutal struggle to remain vigilant, to resist the seductive pull of an oblivion that promised relief, but delivered only further exhaustion. He saw his comrade slipping further into the somnambulant haze. Higgins, now a trembling, wide-eyed automaton, fighting sleep with increasingly desperate, frantic self-abuse. Corporal Davies, performing his duties with the slow, deliberate grace of a sleepwalker, and Sergeant Grimsby, the formidable Grimsby, now permanent fixture of weary resignation, his formidable will finally cracking under the pressure of a ghost's unrequited physiological need. It was in this state of widespread, profound torpor that the platoon, or what remained of its collective consciousness, turned to the most unlikely of figures for salvation, the chaplain. Padre Elias Thorne was a man whose spiritual fervor was matched only by his complete, almost blissful detachment from the immediate grimy realities of trench warfare. He moved through the mud with an improbable air of pristine cleanliness, his cassock somehow remaining unsullied, his face perpetually serene, as if perpetually bathed in an inner light that flickered stubbornly, even in the face of the most profound despair. He possessed a voice like well-oiled velvet, capable of delivering sermons on biblical plagues with the soothing cadence of a lullaby. His understanding of the human condition, however, seemed to derive more from ancient texts than from the mud-caked, shell-shocked men before him. Sergeant Grimsby, having exhausted all practical remedies, more tea, less tea, forced marches, communal singing, even an ill-advised attempt at a cold shower in the middle of a November night had, in his desperation, finally approached the Padre. Grimsby, who had once scoffed at any mention of the supernatural, now spoke of their plight with a hushed, almost reverent awe, attributing their pervasive weariness to the work of a malevolent spirit of profound indolence. He presented the problem not as a medical or psychological one, but as a spiritual siege, a subtle, insidious attack on their very souls, lulling them into a perilous slumber. Padre Thorne listened with an air of profound, solemn contemplation, his head cocked to one side, his eyes, usually fixed on some distant, celestial point, now gazing intently at Grimsby's perpetually bloodshot ones. "Ah, Sergeant," he murmured, his voice resonating with an almost theatrical gravitas. "The insidious wiles of the adversary are indeed manifold. To attack the body is one thing, but to assault the very vigilance of the soul, to lull the faithful into a slumber that renders them vulnerable to temptation, and indeed to earthly peril that is a darker, more cunning design. Fear not, however, for the spirit of man, strengthened by divine grace, can resist even the most potent of such soporific influences." He paused, allowing his words to hang in the damp air, thick with unspoken yawns. "This sleepy specter, as you so quaintly put it, is but a manifestation of spiritual lassitude, a test of your inner resolve." Tistowick, who, along with Higgins, had been called in to corroborate the phenomenon for the chaplain, stifled a groan. Spiritual lassitude. If only it were so simple. It was the unfulfilled physiological need of a man who died mid-yawn for centuries. That was now slowly, inexorably, turning an entire camp into a collection of narcoleptic soldiers. The Padre's earnest, well-meaning pronouncements were almost comical in their blissful ignorance of the true, absurd nature of their curse. The chaplain's solutions, when they came, were delivered with the same serene confidence, each one more gloriously, hilariously impractical than the last. Firstly, Padre Thorne announced, addressing the assembled, drooping men who struggled to keep their heads from hitting their chests, "We must purify the very ground upon which this spiritual lethargy has taken root. I propose a daily procession, a solemn circumambulation of the trenches, at the hour of deepest temptation, which, I gather, is constant. Very well. We shall undertake it at precisely 3 o'clock each morning, bearing blessed water and chanting the penitential psalms. This will cleanse the aura, you see, and drive out the lingering miasma of slumber." A collective, almost imperceptible groan rippled through the platoon. 3 o'clock in the morning was already the most trying hour, the point at which vigilance was at its weakest. To force men, already teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, to march through the treacherous mud, chanting monotonous psalms, felt less like a spiritual cleansing and more like a cruel, drawn-out form of torture. Tistowick, imagined Private O'Malley collapsing face first into a puddle. Mid-psalm, perhaps even snoring through the benediction. The irony was so potent it threatened to induce a fresh wave of weariness in Thistlewick himself. Furthermore, the chaplain continued, unperturbed by the men's silent, desperate struggles. A regime of spiritual discipline is paramount. Each man, upon waking, shall recite the entire book of Ecclesiastes. Its profound meditations on the vanity of earthly pursuits will surely invigorate the spirit and chase away the shadows of sloth. And for those particularly afflicted, I recommend a period of prolonged fasting for 3 days, subsisting only on unblessed water. This will sharpen the mind, you see, and starve the spiritual torpor. Higgins, whose stomach perpetually rumbled even after a full meal, looked as though he might weep. Ecclesiastes, Padre, he whispered to Thistlewick, his voice a strained squeak. That's the one that goes on about all his vanity and vexation of spirit for pages, isn't it? It's enough to put a man to sleep even if he wasn't cursed by a ghost. And fasting? I'd be dead before the first 20 verses. Thistlewick merely nodded, a grim, brevet smile playing on his lips. Ecclesiastes was indeed famously soporific. It was the literary equivalent of a warm blanket and a gentle hum. The chaplain, in his earnestness, was inadvertently prescribing the very conditions that would exacerbate the curse. Sergeant Grimsby, however, took the chaplain's words with a grim, exhausted seriousness. Right then, lads. You heard the Padre. 3 a.m., out of your dugouts, and no excuses. And I want to hear that Ecclesiastes ringing out. No sleeping through the wisdom of Solomon. His voice, though weary, carried a new, desperate authority. He was clinging to any straw, however flimsy and ridiculous. That promised a solution. The first few attempts at the chaplain's remedies were, predictably, a study in tragicomedy. 3 a.m. processions became less a solemn circumambulation and more a shuffling, groaning, half-conscious stagger through the mud. Men stumbled, bumped into each other, and occasionally collapsed in a heap, their chanting of the penitential psalms devolving into a rhythmic, guttural hum that was eerily similar to the very yawns they were meant to exorcise. Thistlewick watched as Private Jenkins, mid-chant of "Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness," tripped over a loose duckboard and slid face first into a particularly deep puddle, his voice gurgling into a profound snore. The communal recitation of Ecclesiastes, intended to invigorate, instead served as a mass lullaby. Men would gather, their voices initially strong, but soon slowing, softening, their heads drooping, until the reading devolved into a series of staggered, muffled snores and the occasional startled snort. The trenches, instead of being filled with the robust sound of Scripture, became a vast open-air dormitory, its occupants lulled into a deeper, more profound slumber by the very words meant to rouse them. The chaplain, oblivious, would beam, mistaking the quiet for spiritual contemplation, occasionally interjecting with a "Hear, hear." The wisdom of the ancients truly soothes the troubled soul. As for the fasting, that particular piece of advice was quietly, universally ignored. A starving man was a useless man, and even the sleepy Specter's curse couldn't entirely override the primal need for sustenance. A hungry, sleepy soldier was a dead soldier. Thistlewick watched, a peculiar blend of despair and weary amusement settling over him. The irony was almost unbearable. Here was the chaplain, a man of God, genuinely attempting to combat a supernatural phenomenon that was not evil, but merely the physiological torment of a ghost, and in doing so, he was prescribing actions that only deepened the pervasive drowsiness. The very remedies were, in their profound tedium an exhaustion-inducing nature, making the Yawn's curse stronger. It was like fighting a fire with a bucket of lamp oil, but with the best, most earnest intentions. The chaplain, in his earnestness, his blissful ignorance of the precise mechanics of a centuries-old spectral yawn, was perhaps the greatest, most unintentional purveyor of dark humor in the trenches. He was a beacon of solemn impracticality, illuminating the absurd depths of their plight. The men, though still perpetually weary, found a strange gallows humor in the chaplain's efforts. It was a new, ridiculous variable in their already ludicrous existence. They were not merely fighting a war, or even a ghost. They were fighting a war, a ghost, and the well-meaning, hilariously unhelpful spiritual guidance of a man who believed 1,000 yawns could be defeated by 1,000 more words. The curse persisted, deepening its hold, undisturbed by psalms or philosophical texts, a testament to the fact that some needs, however ancient, could not be prayed away, only temporarily and disastrously fulfilled. What would it take, Thistlewick wondered, to truly lay Private Alistair Finch's magnificent, eternally denied yawn to rest? And more pressingly, how many more men would succumb to the profound, boring sleep before they found out? Chapter 13. The dream within the trenches, the trench, that ever-present companion of mud and gloom, now felt less like a battle station and more like a collective cradle, albeit a particularly damp and uncomfortable one. The Yawn's curse, as Private Higgins said so aptly and grimly named it, had sunk its insidious roots deep into the platoon, then spread its tendrils throughout the entire camp, a pervasive, suffocating blanket of profound lethargy. The chaplain's well-meaning, hilariously impractical remediest 3 a.m. psalm-chanting processions, the forced recitations of Ecclesiastes, the fasting had only served to deepen the pervasive drowsiness, transforming the very act of worship into a catalyst for profound slumber. Men moved like figures in a slow-motion dream, their eyes perpetually glazed, their movements sluggish, punctuated by the deep, involuntary exhalations that had become the unofficial soundtrack of their existence. The threat of the Germans, though ever present, felt strangely distant, overshadowed by the insidious internal battle against an overwhelming spectral need for sleep. Private Percival Thistlewick, who alone grasped the full, tragicomic truth of Private Alistair Finch's eternally unfinished yawn, found himself locked in a constant, brutal struggle to remain vigilant, to resist the seductive pull of an oblivion that promised relief but delivered only further exhaustion. He saw his comrades slipping further into the somnambulant haze. Higgins, now a trembling, wide-eyed automaton, fighting sleep with increasingly desperate, frantic self-abuse, his slaps echoing hollowly in the somnolent air. Corporal Davies, performing his duties with the slow, deliberate grace of a sleepwalker, his bayonet once again smudged with mud from an unwitting doze, and Sergeant Grimsby, the formidable Grimsby, now a permanent fixture of weary resignation, his formidable will finally cracking under the pressure of a ghost's unrequited physiological need, his head lolling against a sandbag as he stood, impossibly, still half awake mid-sentence. It was during one such watch, an hour before the first anemic hints of dawn, that Thistlewick's own struggle against the tide of exhaustion finally, irrevocably, failed. He had been standing on the fire step, forcing his eyes to focus on the desolate expanse of no man's land, counting the twisted strands of barbed wire, tracing the outlines of shell-blasted trees. Anything to anchor himself to the waking world. He had bitten his lip until the coppery tang of blood filled his mouth, slapped his cheeks until they stung, even tried to recite the multiplication tables backwards in his head. But the Yawn's curse was not to be defeated by such paltry human efforts. It was a force of ancient, cosmic weariness, a spiritual siphon that drew forth not life, but the very essence of wakefulness. A profound stillness began to settle over him, not the ordinary quiet of the trenches, but an internal silence that consumed all sound. The distant rumble of artillery, a constant, low growl that had been the background static of his existence for months, began to fade, replaced by a soft, almost hypnotic hum. The biting cold of the pre-dawn air seemed to dissipate, replaced by a peculiar warmth, a comforting cocoon that wrapped around his aching limbs. His rifle, a cold, heavy presence, felt lighter, then weightless as his fingers loosened their grip. His eyelids, despite his desperate will, felt impossibly heavy, lined with lead, then with something softer, like velvet. The world outside, the muddy parapet, the gray, desolate sky, began to blur at the edges, dissolving into a swirling vortex of muted colors and indistinct shapes. He heard a sound, a deep, resonant rumble, not the roar of the ghostly yawn, but something else, something familiar and yet profoundly alien, a sound of immense, unutterable relief, pulling him down. He fell, not with the sharp jolt of a man collapsing, but with the slow, languid grace of a feather drifting through thick air. A profound and undeniable descent into a dream unlike any he had ever known. The mud and damp of the trench seemed to melt away, replaced by a softer, more yielding surface, yet still, undeniably, earth. The air, though no longer cold, still carried that peculiar, musty scent of old parchment and decaying wildflowers. But it was stronger now, infused with a sweetness that spoke of things long forgotten. The trench itself began to change around him. The corrugated iron sheets of the revetments rippled like water, distorting and then smoothing into rougher, less uniform planks of wood. The neatly stacked sandbags melted away, revealing older, cruder earthworks, reinforced with haphazardly placed stones and thicker, splintered timbers. The duckboards beneath his feet, which had been relatively uniform, twisted and warped, becoming uneven, ancient planks, slick with a different kind of slime. The soundscape shifted too. The distant, familiar thud of YOY artillery receded completely, replaced by a series of muffled, resonant eclipsing, followed by a high-pitched whiz, then a dull, heavy impact, cannon fire, and from closer by, a sharp, metallic clinking and the distinct crumple of a musket being fired, followed by the faint, acrid smell of burning black powder, so different from the sharp tang of cordite. He was still in a trench, undoubtedly, but it was not his trench. It was deeper, narrower, somehow more primal, a wound in the earth that had bled for centuries. And the men around him, or what he thought were men, were shifting, blurring. Private Higgins was there, his face pale. His helmet still too large, but now the helmet was subtly different, rounder, somehow more ancient, and beneath it, instead of khaki, a glimpse of faded, deep red cloth, like a coat. Higgins opened his mouth, not in panic, but in a profound, unutterable yawn, a wide, gaping chasm of weariness, and Thistlewick felt the surge of that ancient physiological need, resonating through him, pulling at his very marrow. But then, as Higgins' face shimmered, it was no longer Higgins, but a younger, thinner face, equally pale, equally exhausted, his uniform a distinct red, his hair tied back in a queue. It was Alistair Finch. The figures around him were a constantly shifting tableau of past and present. Sergeant Grimsby was there, his grizzled face a road map of forgotten battles. But his uniform would shift from modern khaki to something darker, a thick, broadcloth tunic, his boots changing from laced leather to heavy, buckled affairs. He would be propped against a wooden support, his eyes glazed, muttering about inspections. But then his words would be in a dialect Thistlewick couldn't quite place, something older, more formal, yet still imbued with the same profound weariness. Other figures drifted past, translucent and indistinct, some in tunics Thistlewick vaguely recognized as Napoleonic, others in armor that spoke of even older conflicts. They were all there, the multitudes who had trod these very paths, all sharing the same burden. They were the eternally weary, the long dead caught in the residual exhaustion of the land. The dominant sensation in the dream, however, was the yawn. It was not merely an urge, it was a vast, all-encompassing presence, a silent, cosmic scream of physiological frustration. Thistlewick felt it building within him, and within the shifting figures around him, a profound, agonizing pressure behind the jaw, an unutterable ache behind the eyes, a desperate longing for release that transcended all pain and fear. He saw Alistair Finch, or rather, I felt Alistair Finch, as the spectral figure coalesced fully before him. Translucent yet distinct, dressed in a faded red coat, his face a mask of profound, ancient fatigue. Finch's mouth was open, a black chasm of unfulfilled desire, frozen in mid-yawn, exactly as the diary had described. Oh-H-H-H-H, the sound was not heard, but felt, a vibration through Thistlewick's very soul, a desperate, silent plea for completion. And then, Thistlewick was Alistair Finch. He stood in the trench, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and muskets. He had been awake for 3 days, guarding nothing of consequence, only the desolate stretch of bog. The cold seeped into his bones, and the endless low thud of distant cannon fire had replaced coherent thought with a maddening, repetitive drone. The weariness was a physical weight, pressing down on him, grinding his teeth, making his eyes water. He felt it coming, that glorious all-encompassing yawn, a promise of utter oblivion, a chance to simply cease existing, if only for a few moments. His jaw ached, his throat tightened, his lungs expanded, ready to draw in the air for the most magnificent, soul-cleansing exhalation. His mouth opened, wide, vast, consuming, O-H-H-H-H. And then it was gone. Not the yawn itself, but the opportunity. A sudden, jarring impact. A flash of blinding light, brief but absolute. A profound, shattering cessation. And in that instant, the yawn, that glorious, tantalizing promise, was severed. It hung there, unfinished, suspended in time. An eternal ache, a profound physiological torment that transcended death itself. He was no longer in a body, no longer of the world, but the needy remained, an unquenchable thirst for a stretch, for that final, glorious release. He was forever on the precipice of relief, forever denied. This was his eternity. This was his haunting. To exist as a perpetual, unfulfilled yawn. Thistlewick, no longer Finch, but still feeling the phantom ache of that eternal, unfinished yawn, drifted through the dreamscape. He saw other figures, faint and spectral from countless wars, all similarly afflicted. A Roman legionary, helmet askew, slumping against a meticulously constructed rampart, his mouth agape in a silent, endless yawn. A medieval knight, still indented plate mail, leaning against a crumbling castle wall, his visor lifted just enough to reveal eyes watering from an overwhelming need for a stretch. A rifleman from the American Civil War, his tattered gray uniform blending with the mist, slumping over a trench line, his jaw dropped, caught in a permanent, silent exhalation. They were all here, the countless dead of these war-torn lands, their spirits clinging to the earth, not because of pain or vengeance, but because they, like Finch, had succumbed to an unfinished rest. a final breath or movement denied. The battlefield was not just a graveyard, but a vast, cosmic dormitory, where the very dead were struggling to complete their final, earthly act of weariness. And the living, now, were being pulled into their slumber. The dream became a terrifying loop, an endless cycle of preparing for the yawn, feeling its glorious build and then being jolted, severed, leaving the profound ache of unfulfillment. Distelwick tried to escape, to run, but his legs were leaden, his movements impossibly slow. The pervasive weariness of the specter permeated everything, making even the act of dreaming an exhausting ordeal. He saw Higgins, his face a ghostly pale, his red coat now fully formed, reaching out a translucent hand, his mouth open in a soundless, monumental yawn. He saw Grimsby, his formidable frame flickering between khaki and dark broadcloth, slumping against an ancient earthwork, his eyes rolling back in his head as a monstrous, silent yawn consumed him. They were all part of it now, the living and the dead, sharing the same curse, the same profound, inescapable weariness. The dream shifted, becoming more disorienting. He was in his own trench, but the air vibrated with the silent, insane yawns of centuries. Higgins was there, still in his YY uniform, but his eyes held the ancient weariness of Finch. Grimsby was there, his face distorted by a profound, ongoing yawn, his voice echoing with a spectral bellow. The lines between past and present, living and dead, were not just blurred, they were dissolved. They were all simply Ithere in the trenches, bound by mud, fear, and the unceasing, unfulfilled physiological need of a long-dead man. The greatest threat was not the sound of an approaching enemy, but the quiet, comforting whisper of an approaching oblivion, a sleep that promised to be truly eternal, and utterly undignified. With a final desperate gasp, a sound that tore at his chest, Distelwick jolted, his eyes snapping open. The dream receded, but its echoes lingered. The air was still thick with a pervasive weariness, a palpable blanket of drowsiness that weighed down on every man. He was back in his own trench, the familiar smell of damp earth and stale smoke in his nostrils. His rifle was still in his hands, but his grip was weak. His muscles ached, not from exertion, but from the profound, soul-draining journey he had just undertaken. His jaw was sore, his eyes gritty, as if he had actually experienced the monumental yawns of centuries. He looked around. The trench was still a tableau of somnolence. Private O'Malley was slumped against the wall, snoring softly. Corporal Davies was polishing his bayonet with closed eyes, his movements slow and hypnotic. Sergeant Grimsby, a few feet away, was propped against a sandbag, his head lolling, a thin trickle of drool at the corner of his mouth slightly agape in a soft, ongoing yawn that seemed to have no end. The ghostly yawn had not merely affected him, it had become a shared, inescapable reality for everyone. Distelwick had glimpsed the true depth of the curse, the collective, ancient fatigue that now seeped into the very ground, the irony of eternal rest. He thought, a bitter, weary realization. The battlefield offered death, but it offered no true sleep, only this profound, agonizing, unfulfilled exhaustion, passed down through the centuries waiting for its full, glorious release. And they, the living, were merely the latest, most uniquely bored recipients of its unending and utterly unglamorous burden. Chapter 14. The Ghost's Lullaby. The trench, that ever-present companion of mud and gloom, now felt less like a battle station and more like a collective cradle, albeit a particularly damp and uncomfortable one. The Yawn's curse, as Private Higgins had so aptly and grimly named it, had sunk its insidious roots deep into the platoon, then spread its tendrils throughout the entire camp, a pervasive, suffocating blanket of profound lethargy. The chaplain's well-meaning, hilariously impractical remedies, the 3 a.m. psalm-chanting processions, the forced recitations of Ecclesiastes, the fasting had only served to deepen the pervasive drowsiness, transforming the very act of worship into a catalyst for profound slumber. Men moved like figures in a slow-motion dream, their eyes perpetually glazed, their movements sluggish, punctuated by the deep, involuntary exhalations that had become the unofficial soundtrack of their existence. The threat of the Germans, though ever present, felt strangely distant, overshadowed by the insidious internal battle against an overwhelming spectral need for sleep. Private Percival Thistlewick, who alone grasped the full, tragicomic truth of Private Alistair Finch's eternally unfinished Yawn, found himself locked in a constant brutal struggle to remain vigilant, to resist the seductive pull of an oblivion that promised relief, but delivered only further exhaustion. He saw his comrade slipping further into the somnambulant haze, Higgins now a trembling, wide-eyed automaton, fighting sleep with increasingly desperate, frantic self-abuse, his slaps echoing hollowly in the somnolent air, Corporal Davies, performing his duties with the slow, deliberate grace of a sleepwalker, his bayonet once again smudged with mud from an unwitting doze, and Sergeant Grimsby, the formidable Grimsby, now a permanent fixture of weary resignation, his formidable will finally cracking under the pressure of a ghost's unrequited physiological need, his head lolling against a sandbag as he stood, impossibly, still half awake, mid-sentence. It was in the long drawn-out hours of another gray, perpetually overcast afternoon that Thistlewick found himself performing the dreary ritual of trench maintenance, endlessly bailing out water from a particularly stubborn puddle. The rhythmic splash of the bucket was a monotonous sound, yet even that seemed to carry a hypnotic quality, drawing his thoughts inward. His muscles ached, his eyes burned, and his mind felt like a half-set jelly. He was battling his own wave of drowsiness, his internal debate about embracing or resisting the curse, a constant, weary hum beneath the surface. He pinched his arm, a sharp, brief pain that momentarily cleared his head. It was then, as he knelt in the mud, that he felt it, not the overwhelming force of a full manifestation, but a subtle shift in the air, a familiar ripple of pressure accompanied by the faint, almost imperceptible scent of old parchment and decaying wildflowers. It was the presence of Alistair Finch, closer than before, a silent whisper at the edge of his perception. This time, however, there was no overwhelming yawn, no immediate pull to become a conduit. Instead, a thought, clear as a bell but resonating only within his mind, unfolded itself. Que resist? Young Percival, the voice began, soft as a sigh, yet imbued with centuries of profound weariness. You fight the comfort. You deny the peace. Thistlewick froze, his hand still on the bucket. He did not look up, sensing that movement might shatter the fragile connection. He knew it was Alistair Finch, the sleepy spectre, speaking to him directly, intimately, within the confines of his own mind. "Key have seen you, and the others," the ghost continued, its voice layered with a gentle, almost sorrowful tone. "Your struggle, your ceaseless vigil. This place, it never changes, does it? The mud, the cold, the endless waiting, the fear." There was a pause, a moment of profound spectral empathy. "I know this feeling. I knew it for so long. The torment of endless wakefulness, the desperate yearning for just a moment of peace, a moment to truly let go." Thistlewick felt a strange chill, not of fear, but of profound understanding. This was the ghost speaking not from a place of malice, but from a place of shared, ancient suffering. "And so," the voice continued, a new, almost benevolent quality entering its timbre, "Ge offer it. The peace, the release, my endless yawn, finally set free, is meant to be a comfort, a lullaby for the living, caught in this eternal struggle. It is the greatest solace I can provide, to share my peace, to let you rest. Tistavix mind relad, a lullaby, the monumental yawn, the one that had sent his company charging into enemy fire, that had reduced an entire camp to a state of somnambulism, was meant as a lullaby. The sheer, unfathomable irony of it threatened to send him into a fit of hysterical laughter, or perhaps a desperate, profound sob. The ghost wasn't cursing them. It was trying, in its own spectral, misguided way, to be kind. It thought it was offering them the ultimate gift, the deep, profound sleep it had been denied for centuries, its unfulfilled need. Its cosmic physiological torment had become a means of dispensing what it perceived as mercy. The cannonball came, you see, Alistair Finch's voice whispered, a faint tremor running through the ethereal communication. Hit struck, just as the yawn was peaking, just as the release promised to be absolute. And so the yawn remained, a perfect, unblemished, glorious yawn suspended. I carried it for so long, and I learned of the ceaseless suffering of the living in these endless wars, the lack of rest, the fear in their eyes. And I thought, what greater gift than the deepest sleep, the truest peace? The ghost's perspective was tragic, yet imbued with a profound, almost innocent benevolence. It was a soldier like them who had died with one ultimate unfulfilled need, and in its afterlife, it sought to share what it had come to believe was the greatest solace, the absolute surrender to sleep. The chaos it caused, the military blunders, the endangerment of an entire camp, these were merely unintended side effects, the clumsy attempts of a spectral being to administer comfort. It was like a well-meaning but utterly inept nurse giving a patient a lethal dose of a sleeping draught. You felt it, Percival, the voice pressed, with a gentle, insistent quality. God profound, exquisite relief. The emptiness, the cessation of all discomfort. Is that not what all men yearn for in these desolate lands? To be free of the cold, the mud, the noise, to simply drift away. Histelvik wanted to shout. He wanted to scream that peace did not come from a haunted yawn, that their very lives depended on resisting this insidious comfort. He wanted to explain that the peace the ghost offered was a death sentence, a surrendering of vigilance that would leave them vulnerable to the all-too-real dangers of the war. But the words stuck in his throat, choked by the sheer, overwhelming pathos of the ghost's intent. Alistair Finch was not a monster. He was a benevolent, profoundly tired phantom, offering a gift that was simultaneously devastating and utterly sincere. He looked around the trench, seeing it with new, weary eyes. The men, slumped in their various stages of somnolence, were not victims of a malicious curse, but recipients of a misguided spectral lullaby. Private O'Malley, snoring softly, his helmet askew. Corporal Davies, his face serene in his dreamlike polishing. Sergeant Grimsby, caught in his perpetual state of near sleep, his mouth slightly agape, exhaling a soft, continuous sigh. They were all being soothed, gently, inexorably, towards oblivion, by a ghost who thought it was doing them a kindness. The irony was not just dark, it was a cosmic punchline. The battlefield, a place of violent death, was being transformed into a vast open-air dormitory by a spectral attempt at comfort. The ultimate act of warfare, fighting, was being undermined not by enemy cunning, but by the overwhelming desire to simply close one's eyes. It was a war against boredom, against the universal need for a nap, and the ghost of Alistair Finch was winning, not with aggression, but with profound, unintended empathy. "Let it come." Young Percival the ghost whispered, its voice now fading, dissolving back into the faint, musty scent. "I seize your struggle. Embrace the rest. It is the only true solace in this place. A gift from one who knows the weariness intimately." And then the presence was gone, leaving Thistlewick alone again with the sounds of the trench, the drip of water, the distant, muffled thud of artillery, and the pervasive, growing chorus of yawns and soft snores. The philosophical debate within him, the soldier's dilemma, now had a new, agonizing layer. He was fighting not just a curse, but a well-meaning attempt at comfort. He was resisting a lullaby. The knowledge was immense, almost unbearable. How could one fight against such a thing? How could he explain to his comrades that the profound comfort they felt, the overwhelming urge to surrender to sleep, was a well-intentioned gift from a dead man who just wanted to share his centuries of unfulfilled rest? He couldn't. They wouldn't understand. They would think him mad, or worse, a coward for not embracing this strange, peaceful surrender. He lifted his bucket, the familiar weight a small anchor in the surreal reality. The mud squelched around his boots, a mundane sound in a world gone utterly, beautifully, terribly mad. He was still Percival Thistlewick, soldier of the Great War, but he was also, inexplicably, the keeper of a ghost's lullaby, the reluctant recipient of a cosmic attempt at empathy. The Yawns' curse, he realized with a fresh, weary wave of despair, was perhaps the most tragically benevolent haunting in all of history, and they, the living, were trapped in its gentle, soothing, and utterly deadly embrace. How could he possibly defeat a ghost whose only intention was to make them sleep? It was a question that promised no easy answers, only more profound, unending weariness. Chapter 15. The soldier's choice, the trench, that ever-present companion of mud and gloom, now felt less like a battle station and more like a collective cradle, albeit a particularly damp and uncomfortable one. The Yawn's curse, as Private Higgins had so aptly and grimly named it, had sunk its insidious roots deep into the platoon, then spread its tendrils throughout the entire camp, a pervasive, suffocating blanket of profound lethargy. The chaplain's well-meaning, hilariously impractical remedies, the 3 a.m. psalm-chanting processions, the forced recitations of Ecclesiastes, the fasting had only served to deepen the pervasive drowsiness, transforming the very act of worship into a catalyst for profound slumber. Men moved like figures in a slow-motion dream, their eyes perpetually glazed, their movements sluggish, punctuated by the deep, involuntary exhalations that had become the unofficial soundtrack of their existence. The threat of the Germans, though ever-present, felt strangely distant, overshadowed by the insidious internal battle against an overwhelming spectral need for sleep. Private Percival Thistlewick, who alone grasped the full, tragicomic truth of Private Alistair Finch's eternally unfinished yawn, found himself locked in a constant, brutal struggle to remain vigilant, to resist the seductive pull of an oblivion that promised relief, but delivered only further exhaustion. He saw his comrades slipping further into the somnambulant haze, Higgins now a trembling, wide-eyed automaton, fighting sleep with increasingly desperate, frantic self-abuse, his slaps echoing hollowly in the somnolent air. Corporal Davies, performing his duties with the slow, deliberate grace of a sleepwalker, his bayonet once again smudged with mud from an unwitting doze, and Sergeant Grimsby, the formidable Grimsby, now a permanent fixture of weary resignation, his formidable will finally cracking under the pressure of a ghost's unrequited physiological need, his head lolling against a sandbag as he stood, impossibly, still half awake, mid-sentence. The recent communication from Private Alistair Finch, the sleepy Specter himself, had left Thistlewick in a peculiar state of intellectual turmoil, layered over his profound physical weariness. The ghost's words, resonating directly within his mind, had clarified its true intention. The Yawn's curse was not a malevolent haunting, but a spectral lullaby, a benevolent, albeit disastrously misguided, attempt to soothe the living with the profound eternal peace of its unfulfilled yawn. Finch, having been denied his ultimate release in death, sought to share what he perceived as the greatest comfort, the cessation of all earthly discomfort through profound slumber. The irony, a bitter cosmic joke, was almost too much for Thistlewick to bear. Here they were, facing the most brutal war in history, and their greatest enemy was the well-intentioned kindness of a dead man. The dilemma that now confronted Thistlewick was not one of tactics or survival, but of a far more profound, almost philosophical nature. He stood on the precipice of a choice, a decision that weighed more heavily than any order from command. Should he embrace the Yawn's eerie comfort, let its insidious peace wash over the battlefield, uniting living and dead in a shared, profound oblivion? Or should he resist its supernatural pull, fight against the benevolent but deadly gift, and attempt to break a curse that was, at its heart, an act of profound, if misguided, spectral empathy? The allure of the first option was undeniable. He had felt it, that profound, exquisite relief when the ghostly yawn had momentarily claimed him, and when it had manifested through Grimsby, the cessation of pain, of fear, of the constant, gnawing anxiety that was the soldier's constant companion. To simply give in, to allow the pervasive drowsiness to deepen into an endless, dreamless sleep, seemed, in certain moments of utter despair, like a merciful release. Imagine it, he thought. A battlefield utterly silent, the screams of the wounded replaced by soft snores, the roar of artillery muted into a distant, comforting hum, the very earth itself breathing a centuries-old sigh of profound repose. The war, with all its horrors, would simply fade into a peaceful, if fatal, slumber. The living would join the dead not in violent, bloody struggle, but in a quiet, shared rest. It was a morbid, terrifyingly beautiful vision of peace, a battlefield transformed into a vast, communal bed. Perhaps in some twisted way, it was the only true peace this land would ever know. It was the ultimate irony of eternal rest, a death that felt like mercy, delivered by a profound, boring comfort. But then, the soldier in him, the ingrained sense of duty, the spark of defiant humanity, would kick back against the tide of oblivion. This was not a true peace. It was a surrender that would leave them utterly vulnerable to the very real, tangible enemy who did not share the same spectral curse. He pictured the Germans, alert and ruthless, advancing unimpeded into a camp filled with sleeping men, their throats exposed, their rifles dropped in the mud. He saw the inevitable slaughter, the quiet, undignified end to countless lives, all because of a benevolent ghost's misunderstanding of comfort. The moral implications were immense. To allow this peace was to sign the death warrant for every man around him. It was a betrayal, not of a military code, but of the very essence of human responsibility. And what of Alistair Finch? To allow his lullaby to continue was to condemn him to an eternity of this unfulfilled yearning, to allow his profound need to continue manifesting, albeit in a different way, through the suffering of others. Even if his intentions were pure, the consequences were dire. Was it not a greater kindness to help him find true rest, a final, complete yawn that did not siphon the wakefulness from the living? The alternative, breaking the curse, seemed equally daunting, perhaps even impossible. How did one fight a ghost whose only weapon was profound weariness? How did one convince a benevolent specter that its greatest gift was, in fact, a deadly affliction? He remembered the chaplain's hilariously unhelpful remedies, the psalms and fastings that only deepened the somnolence. This was not a battle against evil, but against misguided good. It required not holy water, but an understanding of cosmic boredom. He observed his comrades once more. Private Higgins slumped, a faint, almost childlike snore escaping his lips, his hand still clutched around a half-eaten biscuit. Corporal Davies, his head resting on his rifle, a faint smile on his lips, as if dreaming of perfectly polished steel. Sergeant Grimsby, his formidable frame folded against the sandbags, his eyes closed, his breathing deep and even, a thin line of drool at the corner of his mouth, his face finally at peace, utterly, dangerously asleep. They were all succumbing, slowly, inexorably, to the ghost's lullaby. Their very lives were draining away, not in a torrent of blood, but in a slow, quiet seep of consciousness. Tislowick felt a surge of resolve, a weary determination that cut through the pervasive fog of drowsiness. He could not, would not allow this to continue. The peace the ghost offered was a false peace, a dangerous comfort. His duty, his responsibility, was to the living, to his comrades, to ensure they survived this hell, even if it meant denying a kindly ghost its eternal yawn. It was a strange, impossible fight, but it was a fight he had to wage. He was the one who knew the truth, the only one who understood the bizarre, ridiculous nature of their common enemy, and its profound, well-meaning intent. He could not simply let them sleep. The choice, once a tormenting internal debate, suddenly solidified into a cold, hard certainty. He would resist the lure of oblivion. He would fight the curse. But how? How did one help a ghost complete a centuries-old yawn without simultaneously dooming the living? The answer, he suspected, lay not in exorcism or confrontation, but in understanding, in empathy, and perhaps in a profoundly unconventional approach to spectral slumber. He was Percival Thistlewick, a private in His Majesty's army, and he was about to embark on the most peculiar mission of his life, to grant a ghost its eternal rest, and in doing so, wake a battlefield. The path ahead was unclear, fraught with the unknown, but one thing was certain: he could not, and would not, let them all fall asleep. The great boring war, it seemed, was about to get a good deal more interesting. Chapter 16. The final yawn. The trench, that ever-present companion of mud and gloom, now felt less like a battle station and more like a collective cradle, albeit a particularly damp and uncomfortable one. The Yawn's curse, as Private Higgins had so aptly and grimly named it, had sunk its insidious roots deep into the platoon, then spread its tendrils throughout the entire camp, a pervasive, suffocating blanket of profound lethargy. The chaplain's well-meaning, hilariously impractical remedies, the 3 a.m. psalm-chanting processions, the forced recitations of Ecclesiastes, the fasting, had only served to deepen the pervasive drowsiness, transforming the very act of worship into a catalyst for profound slumber. Men moved like figures in a slow-motion dream, their eyes perpetually glazed, their movements sluggish, punctuated by the deep, involuntary exhalations that had become the unofficial soundtrack of their existence. The threat of the Germans, though ever present, felt strangely distant, overshadowed by the insidious internal battle against an overwhelming spectral need for sleep. Private Percival Thistlewick, who alone grasped the full, tragicomic truth of Private Alistair Finch's eternally unfinished yawn, found himself locked in a constant, brutal struggle to remain vigilant, to resist the seductive pull of an oblivion that promised relief, but delivered only further exhaustion. He saw his comrades slipping further into the somnambulant haze. Higgins, now a trembling, wide-eyed automaton, fighting sleep with increasingly desperate, frantic self-abuse. His slaps echoing hollowly in the somnolent air. Corporal Davies, performing his duties with the slow, deliberate grace of a sleepwalker. His bayonet once again smudged with mud from an unwitting doze. And Sergeant Grimsby, the formidable Grimsby, now a permanent fixture of weary resignation. His formidable will, finally cracking under the pressure of a ghost's unrequited physiological need. His head lolling against a sandbag as he stood, impossibly, still half awake, mid-sentence. The recent communication from Private Alistair Finch, the sleepy Specter himself, had left Thistlewick in a peculiar state of intellectual turmoil, layered over his profound physical weariness. The ghost's words, resonating directly within his mind, had clarified its true intention. The Yawns' curse was not a malevolent haunting, but a spectral lullaby, a benevolent, albeit disastrously misguided, attempt to soothe the living with the profound eternal peace of its unfulfilled yawn. Finch, having been denied his ultimate release in death, sought to share what he perceived as the greatest comfort, the cessation of all earthly discomfort through profound slumber. The irony, a bitter cosmic joke, was almost too much for Thistlewick to bear. Here they were, facing the most brutal war in history, and their greatest enemy was the well-intentioned kindness of a dead man. The dilemma that now confronted Thistlewick was not one of tactics or survival, but of a far more profound, almost philosophical nature. He had stood on the precipice of a choice, a decision that weighed more heavily than any order from command. Should he embrace the Yawn's eerie comfort, let its insidious peace wash over the battlefield, uniting living and dead in a shared profound oblivion? Or should he resist its supernatural pull, fight against the benevolent but deadly gift, and attempt to break a curse that was, at its heart, an act of profound if misguided spectral empathy? He had chosen to fight. He would not allow his comrades to fall victim to such a bizarre, inglorious end. But how? How did one combat a ghost whose only weapon was profound, pervasive weariness? How did one convince a specter that its greatest gift was, in fact, a deadly affliction? The answer, he felt, was not in exorcism or confrontation, not in psalms or holy water, but in understanding, in empathy, and perhaps in a profoundly unconventional approach to spectral slumber. He spent the next few days, or what felt like days, in the deepening fog of somnolence, observing. He watched the subtle shifts in the air, the faint, lingering scent of old parchment and decaying wildflowers that marked the ghost's presence. He noted the increased lethargy in the older, deeper sections of the trench, the very ground seeming to exude a centuries-old fatigue. His own body screamed for rest. His eyes burned, and his thoughts felt like treacle, but his resolve remained, a stubborn ember in the encroaching darkness. He knew he had to act, and he had to act soon. The camp was verging on total collapse, a slumbering army ripe for the reaping by any German patrol with enough sense to tiptoe through the snoring sentries. One particularly dense, foggy night, the kind of night where the world seemed to shrink to the immediate confines of the trench. Thistlewick made his move. The air was thick with the omnipresent weariness, a palpable blanket of fatigue that seemed to press down on his very soul. He found Sergeant Grimsby slumped against the trench wall, snoring softly, his rifle across his lap, utterly, dangerously asleep. Private Higgins was curled in a tight ball in a dugout, murmuring incoherently in his sleep, his hand twitching as if still slapping himself in a dream. Corporal Davies was in a state of suspended animation, leaning against a support beam, his eyes open but vacant, lost in a waking slumber. The entire camp was steeped in the ghost's lullaby, a chorus of soft, heavy breathing punctuated by the occasional profound snore. This was the moment. This was the most vulnerable, and perhaps the most receptive, time. Tistowick moved silently through the mud, his boots making soft, squelching sounds. He followed the subtle shift in the air, the faint, floral mustiness that hinted at the ghost's presence. It led him, as before, to the partially collapsed cavity in the older section of the trench, the very spot where Private Alistair Finch's diary had been unearthed. The air here felt thicker, colder, imbued with a profound stillness that was both unsettling and strangely comforting. The faint shimmering began to coalesce, a wavering outline of moonlight and mist, barely visible against the gray backdrop of the earth. It was Alistair Finch, his presence radiating an immense, ancient weariness, a cosmic yawn held in suspended animation. Tistowick knelt before the shimmering form, heedless of the mud. He felt the familiar pressure building behind his jaw, the deep ache behind his eyes, the undeniable urge to let out a profound, all-consuming yawn. It was the Yawn's curse, the ghost's unconscious offer of peace, its spectral lullaby. He had fought it for so long, resisted its pull with every fiber of his being. But now he would not fight. He would embrace it, not as a surrender, but as a bridge. He looked at the shimmering form of Alistair Finch, saying not a monster but a profoundly tired soldier, eternally seeking release. He remembered the truncated OHHHH from the diary, the last unfulfilled breath. You offer peace, Tistowick thought, projecting his thought directly, intensely, towards the shimmering form. Profound peace. But it is a peace that brings peril to the living. It is a peace that leads to oblivion. There is another way, a final way. The shimmering form seemed to waver, as if surprised by the direct, unresisted communication. The sense of ancient weariness intensified, but it was tinged with a peculiar curiosity. Tistowick took a deep, shuddering breath, drawing it deep into his lungs. He felt the immense, accumulated weariness of his own body, the exhaustion of months in the trenches, the desperate need for release. He let it all build, allowing the ghost's pervasive influence to merge with his own profound fatigue. He thought of Alistair Finch's centuries of unfulfilled yearning, of the monumental yawn that had been denied. He thought of the entire camp, succumbing to the spectral slumber. And then, with a profound, deliberate act of will and empathy, Private Percival Tistowick opened his mouth. It was not a normal yawn. It was not merely his own tired exhalation, nor was it solely the ghost's roar. It was a fusion, a symphony of centuries of weariness, a monumental act of empathetic completion. It began as a low, guttural rumble, deeper and more resonant than any sound he had ever produced, yet utterly devoid of the violent, startling quality of the previous ghostly manifestations. It rose inexorably in pitch and volume, a slow, vast, soul-wrenching sound that resonated not just in the trench, but in the very core of his being. It was the yawn of all soldiers, of all weary souls, of all unfulfilled needs, channeled through him, amplified by the spectral presence before him. It was a sound of profound, unutterable relief, a long, drawn-out exhalation that stretched beyond human endurance, pulling at his very marrow, making his eyes water, his jaw ache, his whole body tremble with the sheer force of its release. And as the sound swelled, filling the dense, foggy air, the shimmering form of Private Alistair Finch wavered violently. It didn't expand or roar. Instead, it seemed to contract, to shudder, as if the monumental sound was resonating deep within its ethereal core, completing a circuit that had been broken for centuries. The musty scent of old parchment and decaying wildflowers intensified, then, with a profound, almost audible desire that was not sound, but felt as a release, it began to dissipate, not slowly, not languidly, but with a sudden, almost instantaneous fading. The shimmering light brightened for a fleeting instant, a brief, contented glow. And then it was gone. Completely. The peculiar coldness in the air vanished. The musty scent evaporated. The profound, ancient stillness that had clung to this section of the trench for so long was replaced by the ordinary, damp, unexceptional silence of the battlefield. Tislewick's jaw snapped shut, his body trembling with the aftershocks of the monumental yawn. He felt utterly, profoundly drained, more tired than he had ever been in his life, as if he had just completed an impossibly long race through the very fabric of time. But beneath the crushing fatigue, there was something else, a strange, profound sense of quiet. The insistent hum of drowsiness, the velvet cloak that had tugged at his senses for weeks, was gone. The air felt lighter, cleaner. The world felt sharper, clearer, though still shrouded in the pre-dawn fog. It was as if a great, invisible weight had been lifted, not just from him, but from the very trench itself. He knelt there, gasping, shaking, his eyes wide and burning, but no longer heavy. He looked around. The trench was still silent, but the quality of that silence had changed. It was no longer the oppressive, sleep-laden quiet of the curse, but the natural, desolate quiet of a battlefield at dawn. He saw Sergeant Grimsby, still slumped, snoring. Private Higgins, still curled in a ball. Corporal Davies, still leaning, eyes open but vacant. The immediate effect of his monumental, empathetic yawn had not been to instantly awaken everyone. The curse, he realized, was deep-seated, a lingering resonance. But the source, the core, felt gone. He pushed himself to his feet, his muscles screaming in protest, but the familiar, insidious pull of the curse was absent. He was simply exhausted, bone-tired from his battle and his extraordinary act. He walked slowly back towards his dugout, the mud squelching under his boots. As he passed Private Higgins, he heard a faint sound. Not a snore, but a shift, a restless murmur. Then a soft groan. Higgins stirred, his eyes blinking rapidly, his hand automatically reaching for his rifle, no longer in the frantic, self-abusing struggle of before, but with a simple, ordinary waking movement. He looked up, his eyes bleary but lucid. Tislewick? Is it dawn already? Blast it. I must have dozed off for a second. He rubbed his eyes, a perfectly normal, human gesture of waking. Tislewick kept walking, a faint, weary smile touching his lips. It was working. The ghost was gone. The curse was lifting, slowly, gently, as the profound, centuries-old yawn had finally found its complete, eternal rest. The battlefield was still a place of mud and despair, but it was no longer haunted by the overwhelming desire to simply fall asleep. It was a bizarre, absurd, and profoundly satisfying victory, won not with bullets or bayonets, but with the most magnificent, empathetic yawn ever uttered. Private Alistair Finch, the sleepy Specter, had finally, gloriously, been put to bed, and Tislewick, the soldier who had yawned back at a ghost, carried the memory of that connection, and the quiet satisfaction of a truly profound, boring solution deep within his weary soul. Chapter 17. The truce of exhaustion, the trench, that ever-present companion of mud and gloom, now breathed differently. The profound, suffocating blanket of profound lethargy that had draped itself over the entire camp, a manifestation of Private Alistair Finch's eternally unfinished yawn, had begun to lift. It was not a sudden dramatic awakening, but a slow, almost imperceptible lightening, like the gradual retreat of a particularly dense fog. Private Percival Tislewick, still trembling with the aftershocks of his monumental, empathetic yawn, felt the shift most acutely. the insidious hum of drowsiness. The velvet cloak that had tugged at his senses for weeks was gone. His eyes, though still burning from the strain of his ordeal, no longer felt leaden. The air, which had been thick with unspoken yawns and the heavy scent of ancient weariness, now felt merely damp and cold, carrying the familiar mundane tang of earth and stale smoke. The world felt sharper, clearer, though still shrouded in the pre-dawn gloom. A great, invisible weight had been lifted, not just from him, but from the very trench itself. He watched, with a quiet, almost disbelieving hope, as the first signs of this subtle renaissance began to ripple through his comrades. Sergeant Grimsby, still slumped against the trench wall, let out a particularly resonant snore. But then, with a sharp, involuntary jolt, his head snapped up. His eyes, though bloodshot and weary, blinked rapidly, no longer vacant, but with a dawning, confused awareness. He grunted, a sound of ordinary discomfort, and rubbed his face with a calloused hand. "Blast it all," he muttered, his voice raspy, but clear, devoid of the previous slurred weariness. "Must have dozed off. What time is it?" He looked around, his gaze momentarily settling on Thistlewick, a flicker of something unreadable, a silent acknowledgement of their shared, peculiar truth passing between them. Grimsby pushed himself upright, his movements stiff but purposeful, no longer the slow, agonizing struggle against an unseen force. He was simply a tired soldier, not a walking monument to a ghost's unfinished yawn. Private Higgins, too, began to stir. He uncurled himself from his tight ball in the dugout, letting out a soft groan. His hand, which had been twitching in a phantom self-slap, now merely rubbed at his sleep-creased face. "Thistlewick? Is it dawn already? Blast it, I must have dozed off for a second," he mumbled, his voice thick with ordinary sleep, not the profound, supernatural lethargy that had plagued him for weeks. He looked around, his eyes bleary but lucid, a normal human reaction to an interrupted sleep. The frantic terror that had driven him to desperate self-abuse was gone, replaced by a simple, human annoyance at having overslept. The shift was profound, yet utterly mundane. Corporal Davies, who had been leaning against a support beam, his eyes open but vacant, suddenly blinked. His eyes, once glazed with somnambulant peace, now held a focused, albeit tired, gaze. He straightened, his movements stiff but precise, and instinctively reached for his bayonet, which, Thistlewick noticed, was now free of the occasional smudge of mud from an unwitting doze. He surveyed his surroundings, a frown of mild irritation creasing his brow. "Seems some of us have been taking rather liberties with the watch," he muttered, his voice crisp, regaining its customary, meticulous tone. He glanced at Grimsby, who merely grunted in response. A mutual, unspoken understanding passing between the two men who had shared the most profoundly boring haunting in military history. Throughout the camp, a similar gradual awakening was occurring. The symphony of sighs, grunts, and deep, guttural exhalations began to fade, replaced by the more ordinary sounds of a camp stirring to life. The rustle of straw, the clink of metal, the low murmur of men complaining about the cold and the damp. The cooks, who had been stirring watery stew with dreamlike sluggishness, now chopped vegetables with renewed, if still tired, vigor. The medical orderlies, whose ministrations had been punctuated by profound yawns, now moved with a more urgent, professional efficiency. The camp's communications officer, whose Morse code had devolved into garbled, sleepy bursts, now tapped out messages with a clear, steady rhythm, the line to headquarters finally restored to a semblance of normal communication. Even the rats, those ubiquitous, unsleepy denizens of the trenches, seemed to regain their manic energy, scurrying with renewed purpose through the duckboards, no longer pausing mid-scamper for a tiny, rat-sized doze. The pervasive, Suffocating blanket of fatigue had lifted. The Yawn's curse, in its most insidious form, was broken. The ghost of Private Alistair Finch, his centuries of unfulfilled physiological need finally met in that climactic, empathetic yawn through Thistlewick, had found his peace. He was gone, truly gone. No longer lingering, no longer seeking a conduit for his ancient torment. The musty scent of old parchment and decaying wildflowers was gone, replaced by the familiar, less poetic, but far less draining smell of damp earth and stale smoke. But the field, this vast, scarred landscape of mud and memory, was not entirely free of the dead. It never could be. The ground beneath their feet was a tapestry woven from the lives and deaths of countless soldiers, from countless wars. Thistlewick had glimpsed them in his dream, the Roman legionary, the medieval knight, the American Civil War rifleman, all caught in their own forms of unfulfilled rest, their own battles against final, profound peace. Now that Finch, the central, most active nexus of this weary haunting, had found his ultimate release, how did it affect them? Thistlewick felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. The trench, particularly the older sections where the curse had been strongest, no longer hummed with that palpable, draining weariness. It was still a place of profound quiet, a place imbued with history, but the quiet was different. It was the quiet of resignation, perhaps, or of a profound collective stillness. It was the quiet of truly, finally, resting. The other lingering echoes, the multitude of dead soldiers who had fallen and remained in these hallowed, bloody grounds, no longer radiated that desperate, siphoning need. It was as if Finch's ultimate yawn, that magnificent, empathetic release, had sent a ripple effect through the very fabric of the spiritual realm tied to this land. It was a shared, universal understanding. The living soldiers, now truly awake, though still weary from the war, seemed to carry a new, unspoken understanding. They had experienced, firsthand, the profound, almost fatal allure of a supernatural sleep. They had grappled with the insidious temptation of oblivion, a comfort that threatened to become their doom. They had glimpsed, through the lens of a ghostly yawn, the deep, fundamental yearning for rest that transcended life and death. And in that experience, a peculiar, unarticulated truce had been forged. It wasn't a truce with the Germans. The war, in all its brutal, mundane reality, continued. But it was a truce with the battlefield itself, with the silent, unseen inhabitants of the earth. The living soldiers no longer feared the haunted yawn in its terrifying, sleep-inducing form. They understood its tragic origin, its benevolent but misguided intent. And in understanding, a strange, grim respect had blossomed. They still spoke of the sleepy specter, but the tone had shifted. It was no longer a frantic warning, but a tale of profound, bizarre pathos, a reminder of the quiet, peculiar torments that could linger beyond the veil. The battlefield itself, once a place of active, spiritual torment manifested as an unbearable weariness, now seemed to breathe a different kind of peace. The distant rumbles of artillery, the occasional crack of a rifle, still punctuated the air, but the underlying sense of a universal, profound exhaustion had settled. It was the quietude of a place where countless souls had finally, truly, found their rest. Not the violent, shocking rest of immediate death, but the deep, satisfying, unburdened sleep that Private Alistair Finch had yearned for, and had finally achieved. His magnificent, empathetic yawn had, in its own peculiar way, brought a strange, if unsettling, peace to the countless weary dead who lingered, and a new, more profound understanding of rest to the perpetually exhausted living. The living, though still facing the grinding realities of war, now had a shared experience, a peculiar bond. They had looked into the face of profound, spectral boredom, and had survived. They carried the memory of the Yawn's curse, not as a terrifying threat, but as a darkly humorous testament to the absurdity of existence, where the greatest danger could come from the most innocent, unfulfilled human need. They were still soldiers, still fighting, but now they carried a deeper understanding of the true irony of eternal rest and the profound, shared weariness that united all who had ever walked these mud-soaked, war-torn lands. It was an unspoken agreement between the living and the dead, a truce forged not in shared blood, but in the echoes of a yawn finally completed. A testament to the fact that even in the most brutal of settings, peace could be found in the most profoundly boring of solutions. Chapter 18. The morning after the trench, that ever-present companion of mud and gloom, now truly began to breathe. It was not a sudden dramatic awakening, but a slow, almost imperceptible lightening, like the gradual retreat of a particularly dense fog that had clung to the very essence of the earth, the profound, suffocating blanket of lethargy that had draped itself over the entire camp. The Yawn's curse, the manifestation of Private Alistair Finch's eternally unfinished physiological need, had finally lifted. Private Percival Thistlewick, still trembling with the aftershocks of his monumental, empathetic yawn, felt the shift most acutely, the insidious hum of drowsiness. The velvet cloak that had tugged at his senses for weeks was gone. His eyes, though still burning from the strain of his ordeal and the sheer exhaustion of having acted as conduit for a centuries-old cosmic sigh, no longer felt laden with an unnatural weight. The air, which had been thick with unspoken yawns and the heavy scent of ancient weariness, now felt merely damp and cold, carrying the familiar mundane tang of earth, stale cigarette smoke, and the distant, metallic scent of iron. The world felt sharper, clearer, though still shrouded in the pre-dawn gloom, revealing the familiar, brutal contours of the battlefield. A great, invisible weight had been lifted, not just from him, but from the very trench itself, leaving behind a subtle, yet profound, sense of quiet that was truly peaceful, a stillness that spoke of rest, not of looming oblivion. He watched, with a quiet, almost disbelieving hope, as the first signs of this subtle renaissance began to ripple through his comrades. Sergeant Grimsby, still slumped against the trench wall where Thistlewick had left him, let out a particularly resonant snore, a sound of ordinary human slumber, not the profound, almost spiritual exhalation of the curse. Then, with a sharp, involuntary jolt, his head snapped up. His eyes, though bloodshot and weary from a night of broken sleep, blinked rapidly, no longer vacant, but with a dawning, confused awareness. He grunted, a sound of ordinary discomfort, and rubbed his face with a calloused hand. "Blast it all," he muttered, his voice raspy, but clear, devoid of the previous slurred weariness. "Must have dozed off. What time is it?" He looked around, his gaze momentarily settling on Thistlewick, a flicker of something unreadable, a silent acknowledgement of their shared peculiar truth passing between them. Grimsby pushed himself upright, his movements stiff but purposeful, no longer the slow, agonizing struggle against an unseen force. He was simply a tired soldier, not a walking monument to a ghost's unfinished yawn. His formidable scowl, Thistlewick noted with a private weary amusement, seemed to have returned to its customary, if slightly muted, setting. Private Higgins, too, began to stir. He uncurled himself from his tight ball in the dugout, letting out a soft groan. His hand, which had been twitching in a phantom self-slap from weeks of fighting the curse, now merely rubbed at his sleep-creased face. "Thistlewick? Is it dawn already?" "Blast it!" "I must have dozed off for a second," he mumbled, his voice thick with ordinary sleep, not the profound, supernatural lethargy that had plagued him for weeks. He looked around, his eyes bleary, but lucid, a normal human reaction to an interrupted sleep. The frantic terror that had driven him to desperate self-abuse was gone, replaced by a simple, human annoyance at having overslept. The shift was profound, yet utterly mundane. "Had the strangest dream," Higgins added, rubbing his temple. "Like I was trying to run through treacle. Or like I was constantly forgetting what I was doing. So tired." He shuddered, a memory of the pervasive weariness clinging to him like a phantom chill. Corporal Davies, who had been leaning against a support beam, his eyes open but vacant, suddenly blinked. His eyes, once glazed with somnambulant peace, now held a focused, albeit tired, gaze. He straightened, his movements stiff but precise, and instinctively reached for his bayonet, which Tisselwick noticed was now free of the occasional smudge of mud from an unwitting doze. He surveyed his surroundings, a frown of mild irritation creasing his brow. "Seems some of us have been taking rather liberties with the watch," he muttered, his voice crisp, regaining its customary, meticulous tone. He glanced at Grimsby, who merely grunted in response. A mutual, unspoken understanding passing between the two men who had shared the most profoundly boring haunting in military history. Davies then sighed, a deep human sigh. "Feel like I've slept for a week, and yet I'm still as stiff as a board. Peculiar business, this trench life." He did not mention the uncanny lethargy, the specific eye-quality of the former sleepiness, merely dismissed it as the general malaise of the war. Throughout the camp, a similar, gradual awakening was occurring. The symphony of sighs, grunts, and deep, guttural exhalations began to fade, replaced by the more ordinary sounds of a camp stirring to life. The rustle of straw, the clink of metal, the low murmur of men complaining about the cold and the damp. The cooks, who had been stirring watery stew with dreamlike sluggishness, now chopped vegetables with renewed, if still tired, vigor, their eyes no longer drooping over the steaming vats. The medical orderlies, whose ministrations had been punctuated by profound yawns, now moved with a more urgent, professional efficiency, their faces simply weary, not somnolent. Damp's communications officer, whose Morse code had devolved into garbled, sleepy bursts, now tapped out messages with a clear, steady rhythm, the line to headquarters finally restored to a semblance of normal communication. Even the rats, those ubiquitous, unsleepy denizens of the trenches, seemed to regain their manic energy, scurrying with a renewed purpose through the duckboards, no longer pausing mid-scamper for a tiny rat-sized doze. The pervasive, suffocating blanket of fatigue had lifted. The Yawn's curse, in its most insidious form, was broken. The ghost of Private Alistair Finch, his centuries of unfulfilled physiological need, finally met in that climactic, empathetic yawn through Thistlewick, had found his peace. He was gone, truly gone. No longer lingering, no longer seeking a conduit for his ancient torment. The musty scent of old parchment and decaying wildflowers was gone, replaced by the familiar, less poetic, but far less draining smell of damp earth and stale smoke. The air, devoid of that spectral weight, felt merely cold and damp, a familiar sensation, no longer a supernatural one. As the pre-dawn gloom slowly conceded to the anemic light of a new day, the soldiers, rubbing the last vestiges of strange sleep from their eyes, began to speak of their experiences. Not of ghosts or curses, not of ancient yawns or spectral lullabies, but of dreams. The memory of the yawn's curse lingered like a dream, a collective, unsettling echo of profound weariness, but stripped of its supernatural agency. "I swear," Private O'Malley would say, shaking his head, "I dreamt I was trying to run through a field of cotton wool. Every step was like a monumental effort. Another soldier would chime in. I thought I was trying to lift my rifle, but it was made of lead. Couldn't even manage it. The tales coalesced into a shared experience of collective, exaggerated exhaustion, a peculiar bout of battle fatigue that had manifested in the oddest of ways. They remembered the inexplicable drowsiness, the constant, profound need to sleep. But they processed it through the lens of their reality. The relentless pressure of the front lines, the constant lack of proper rest, the sheer absurdity of their existence. It became another peculiar anecdote of trench life, filed away under things that happened, that make no sense but we'll never forget. Sergeant Grimsby, fully awake now, and once again his gruff, no-nonsense self, listened to the murmurs and the emerging anecdotes with a flicker of something in his eyes that only Thistlewick could interpret. He did not contradict their mundane explanations, did not mention his own terrifying personal experience as a conduit for the spectral yawn. He simply grunted, his gaze sweeping over his men, who, despite their lingering exhaustion from a night of poor quality sleep, were moving with a renewed, if still weary, purpose. He knew the truth, and Thistlewick knew he knew. It was a silent, shared secret, binding them in a knowledge that transcended the daily grind of the war. The battlefield itself, this vast, scarred landscape of mud and memory, no longer hummed with an active spiritual torment manifested as an unbearable weariness. It was still a place of profound quiet, a place imbued with history, but the quiet was different. It was the quiet of resignation, perhaps, or of a profound, collective stillness. It was the quiet of truly, finally, resting. The other, lingering echoes, the multitude of dead soldiers who had fallen and remained in these hallowed, bloody grounds over centuries, no longer radiated that desperate siphoning need. It was as if Finch's ultimate yawn, that magnificent, empathetic release, had sent a ripple effect through the very fabric of the spiritual realm tied to this land. A universal understanding. The dead, in their various states of unfulfillment, seemed to have finally settled into a true deep slumber, their long-held weariness dissipated by the final, glorious release of Alistair Finch's monumental yawn, as the sun, a pale, anemic disk, finally pierced through the perpetual cloud cover, casting long, weak shadows across the trench. The camp began to function with a renewed, if still fundamentally weary, efficiency. The distant rumble of artillery, the occasional crack of a rifle, still punctuated the air. But the underlying sense of a universal, profound exhaustion had settled into a more natural, expected fatigue. It was the quietude of a place where countless souls had finally, truly, found their rest. Not the violent, shocking rest of immediate death, but the deep, satisfying, unburdened sleep that Private Alistair Finch had yearned for and had finally achieved. His magnificent, empathetic yawn had, in its own peculiar way, brought a strange, if unsettling, peace to the countless weary dead who lingered, and a new, more profound understanding of the true nature of rest to the perpetually exhausted living. The men, though still facing the grinding realities of war, now carried a shared experience, a peculiar bond. They had looked into the face of profound, spectral boredom and had survived. They carried the memory of the Yawn's curse, not as a terrifying threat, but as a darkly humorous testament to the absurdity of existence, where the greatest danger could come from the most innocent, unfulfilled human need. They were still soldiers, still fighting, but now they carried a deeper understanding of the true irony of eternal rest and the profound, shared weariness that united all who had ever walked these mud-soaked, war-torn lands. The battlefield was still hell, but at least, Thistlewick thought, as he watched the first rays of dull sunlight touch the muddy parapet, it was no longer a hell that made you want to fall asleep. It was a victory, small and absurd, but a victory nonetheless. The haunted Yawn was gone, leaving behind only the strange, lingering memory of a dream, a peculiar tale to be recounted in hushed tones around the fires. Another layer woven into the endless, perplexing tapestry of the Great War. Chapter 19. The report nobody believed the trench, that ever-present companion of mud and gloom, now truly breathed with a different air. The profound, suffocating blanket of lethargy that had draped itself over the entire camp. The Yawns curse, the manifestation of Private Alistair Finch's eternally unfinished physiological need, had finally lifted. It was not a sudden, dramatic awakening, but a slow, almost imperceptible lightening, like the gradual retreat of a particularly dense fog that had clung to the very essence of the earth. Private Percival Thistlewick, still trembling with the aftershocks of his monumental, empathetic yawn, felt the shift most acutely, the insidious hum of drowsiness. The velvet cloak that had tugged at his senses for weeks was gone. His eyes, though still burning from the strain of his ordeal and the sheer exhaustion of having acted as conduit for a centuries-old cosmic sigh, no longer felt laden with an unnatural weight. The air, which had been thick with unspoken yawns and the heavy scent of ancient weariness, now felt merely damp and cold, carrying the familiar mundane tang of earth, stale cigarette smoke, and the distant metallic scent of iron. The world felt sharper, clearer, though still shrouded in the pre-dawn gloom, revealing the familiar, brutal contours of the battlefield. A great, invisible weight had been lifted, not just from him, but from the very trench itself, leaving behind a subtle, yet profound, sense of quiet that was truly peaceful, a stillness that spoke of rest, not of looming oblivion. He watched with a quiet, almost disbelieving hope, as the first signs of this subtle renaissance began to ripple through his comrades. Sergeant Grimsby, still slumped against the trench wall where Thistlewick had left him, let out a particularly resonant snore, a sound of ordinary human slumber, not the profound, almost spiritual exhalation of the curse. Then, with a sharp, involuntary jolt, his head snapped up. His eyes, though bloodshot and weary from a night of broken sleep, blinked rapidly, no longer vacant, but with a dawning, confused awareness. He grunted, a sound of ordinary discomfort, and rubbed his face with a calloused hand. "Blast it all," he muttered, his voice raspy, but clear, devoid of the previous slurred weariness. "Must have dozed off. What time is it?" He looked around, his gaze momentarily settling on Thistlewick, a flicker of something unreadable, a silent acknowledgement of their shared peculiar truth passing between them. Grimsby pushed himself upright, his movements stiff but purposeful, no longer the slow, agonizing struggle against an unseen force. He was simply a tired soldier, not a walking monument to a ghost's unfinished yawn. His formidable scowl, Thistlewick noted with a private weary amusement, seemed to have returned to its customary, if slightly muted, setting. Private Higgins, too, began to stir. He uncurled himself from his tight ball in the dugout, letting out a soft groan. His hand, which had been twitching in a phantom self-slap from weeks of fighting the curse, now merely rubbed at his sleep-creased face. "Thistlewick? Is it dawn already? Blast it. I must have dozed off for a second," he mumbled, his voice thick with ordinary sleep, not the profound, supernatural lethargy that had plagued him for weeks. He looked around, his eyes bleary, but lucid, a normal human reaction to an interrupted sleep. The frantic terror that had driven him to desperate self-abuse was gone, replaced by a simple, human annoyance at having overslept. The shift was profound, yet utterly mundane. "Had the strangest dream," Higgins added, rubbing his temple. "Like I was trying to run through treacle. Or like I was constantly forgetting what I was doing. All just so tired." He shuddered, a memory of the pervasive weariness clinging to him like a phantom chill. Corporal Davies, who had been leaning against a support beam, his eyes open but vacant, suddenly blinked. His eyes, once glazed with somnambulant peace, now held a focused, albeit tired, gaze. He straightened, his movements stiff but precise, and instinctively reached for his bayonet, which, Distelwick noticed, was now free of the occasional smudge of mud from an unwitting doze. He surveyed his surroundings, a frown of mild irritation creasing his brow. "Seems some of us have been taking rather liberties with the watch," he muttered, his voice crisp, regaining its customary, meticulous tone. He glanced at Grimsby, who merely grunted in response. A mutual, unspoken understanding, passing between the two men who had shared the most profoundly boring haunting in military history. Davies then sighed, a deep human sigh. "Feel like I've slept for a week, and yet I'm still as stiff as a board. Peculiar business, this trench life." He did not mention the uncanny lethargy, the specific equalating of the former sleepiness, merely dismissed it as the general malaise of the war. Throughout the camp, a similar, gradual awakening was occurring. The symphony of sighs, grunts, and deep, guttural exhalations began to fade, replaced by the more ordinary sounds of a camp stirring to life, the rustle of straw, the clink of metal, the low murmur of men complaining about the cold and the damp. The cooks, who had been stirring watery stew with dreamlike sluggishness, now chopped vegetables with renewed, if still tired, vigor, their eyes no longer drooping over the steaming vats. The medical orderlies, whose ministrations had been punctuated by profound yawns, now moved with a more urgent, professional efficiency, their faces simply weary, not somnolent. The camp's communications officer, whose Morse code had devolved into garbled, sleepy bursts, now tapped out messages with a clear, steady rhythm, the line to headquarters finally restored to a semblance of normal communication. Even the rats, those ubiquitous, unsleepy denizens of the trenches, seemed to regain their manic energy, scurrying with renewed purpose through the duckboards, no longer pausing mid-scamper for a tiny rat-sized doze. The pervasive, suffocating blanket of fatigue had lifted. The Yawns curse, in its most insidious form, was broken. The ghost of Private Alistair Finch, his centuries of unfulfilled physiological need, finally met in that climactic, empathetic yawn through Thistlewick, had found his peace. He was gone, truly gone. No longer lingering, no longer seeking a conduit for his ancient torment. The musty scent of old parchment and decaying wildflowers was gone, replaced by the familiar, less poetic, but far less draining smell of damp earth and stale smoke. The air, devoid of that spectral weight, felt merely cold and damp, a familiar sensation, no longer a supernatural one. As the pre-dawn gloom slowly conceded to the anemic light of a new day, the soldiers, rubbing the last vestiges of strange sleep from their eyes, began to speak of their experiences, not of ghosts or curses, not of ancient yawns or spectral lullabies, but of dreams. The memory of the yawn's curse lingered like a dream, a collective, unsettling echo of profound weariness, but stripped of its supernatural agency. "I swear," Private O'Malley would say, shaking his head, "I dreamt I was trying to run through a field of cotton wool. Every step was like a monumental effort." Another soldier would chime in, I thought I was trying to lift my rifle, but it was made of lead. Couldn't even manage it." The tales coalesced into a shared experience of collective, exaggerated exhaustion, a peculiar bout of battle fatigue that had manifested in the oddest of ways. They remembered the inexplicable drowsiness, the constant, profound need to sleep, but they processed it through the lens of their reality, the relentless pressure of the front lines, the constant lack of proper rest, the sheer absurdity of their existence. It became another peculiar anecdote of trench life. filed away under things that happened, that make no sense but we'll never forget. Sergeant Grimsby, fully awake now, and once again his gruff, no-nonsense self, listened to the murmurs and the emerging anecdotes with a flicker of something in his eyes that only Thistlewick could interpret. He did not contradict their mundane explanations, did not mention his own terrifying personal experience as a conduit for the spectral yawn. He simply grunted, his gaze sweeping over his men, who, despite their lingering exhaustion from a night of poor quality sleep, were moving with a renewed, if still weary, purpose. He knew the truth, and Thistlewick knew he knew. It was a silent, shared secret, binding them in a knowledge that transcended the daily grind of the war. The battlefield itself, this vast, scarred landscape of mud and memory, no longer hummed with an active spiritual torment, manifested as an unbearable weariness. It was still a place of profound quiet, a place imbued with history. But the quiet was different. It was the quiet of resignation, perhaps, or of a profound collective stillness. It was the quiet of truly, finally, resting. The other lingering echoes, the multitude of dead soldiers who had fallen and remained in these hallowed, bloody grounds over centuries, no longer radiated that desperate siphoning need. It was as if Finch's ultimate yawn, that magnificent, empathetic release, had sent a ripple effect through the very fabric of the spiritual realm tied to this land. A universal understanding. The dead, in their various states of unfulfillment, seemed to have finally settled into a true, deep slumber, their long-held weariness dissipated by the final, glorious release of Alistair Finch's monumental yawn, as the sun, a pale, anemic disk, finally pierced through the perpetual cloud cover, casting long, weak shadows across the trench. The camp began to function with a renewed, if still fundamentally weary, efficiency. The distant rumble of artillery, the occasional crack of a rifle, still punctuated the air, but the underlying sense of a universal profound exhaustion had settled into a more natural, expected fatigue. It was the quietude of a place where countless souls had finally, truly, found their rest. Not the violent, shocking rest of immediate death, but the deep, satisfying, unburdened sleep that Private Alistair Finch had yearned for, and had finally achieved. His magnificent, empathetic yawn had, in its own peculiar way, brought a strange, if unsettling, peace to the countless weary dead who lingered, and a new, more profound understanding of the true nature of rest to the perpetually exhausted living. The men, though still facing the grinding realities of war, now carried a shared experience, a peculiar bond. They had looked into the face of profound spectral boredom, and had survived. They carried the memory of the Yawn's curse, not as a terrifying threat, but as a darkly humorous testament to the absurdity of existence, where the greatest danger could come from the most innocent, unfulfilled human need. They were still soldiers, still fighting, but now they carried a deeper understanding of the true irony of eternal rest, and the profound, shared weariness that united all who had ever walked these mud-soaked, war-torn lands. The battlefield was still hell, but at least, Thistlewick thought, as he watched the first rays of dull sunlight touch the muddy parapet, it was no longer a hell that made you want to fall asleep. It was a victory, small and absurd, but a victory nonetheless. The haunted yawn was gone, leaving behind only the strange, lingering memory of a dream, a peculiar tale to be recounted in hushed tones around the fires. Another layer woven into the endless, perplexing tapestry of the Great War. But for Private Percival Thistlewick, the memory was more than a dream. It was a truth. Heavy, absurd burden of knowledge that he now, in the strange aftermath, felt compelled to record. Not for his comrades, who had already reshaped the narrative into something palatable, but for the official record. A peculiar sense of duty gnawed at him, a need to lay bare the preposterous events, to articulate the reality of a spectral yawn and its profound implications on military strategy. He knew with a weary certainty that it would be met with skepticism, perhaps even ridicule. But the facts, however outlandish, had happened. He retreated to his dugout, pulling out a small, dog-eared notebook he used for letters home and a stub of pencil. He began to write, meticulously, trying to translate the surreal into the language of military reports. He detailed the initial incident, carefully describing the unusual auditory phenomenon that had preceded the unscheduled charge. He described the subsequent pervasive and inexplicable lethargy that had gripped the camp, careful to use clinical, non-supernatural terminology where possible, yet unable to avoid the sheer bizarre truth. He wrote of the discovery of an antiquated journal, later identified as belonging to one Private Alistair Finch, dated October 1805, and summarized its contents. The account of a soldier succumbing to death mid-yawn, his final physiological release uncompleted. He explained, in as dispassionate a tone as he could muster, how this unfulfilled need had manifested as a localized, energetic resonance, inducing an overwhelming urge to somnolence in nearby personnel. He described the chaplain's unorthodox spiritual interventions, the attempted psalm recitations, and fasting that inadvertently exacerbated the condition. Finally, he recounted his own unconventional interaction with the source of the resonance, the deliberate and empathetic attempt to complete the aforementioned physiological release, and the subsequent cessation of the pervasive lethargy across the camp. He concluded with a dry, almost clinical observation. It is submitted that the tactical implications of such phenomena, wherein a military unit's combat effectiveness is critically compromised by an unfulfilled, centuries-old physiological need, warrant further investigation and the development of appropriate countermeasures, perhaps involving specialized, spiritually attuned yawn inducers. The report, a masterpiece of unintentional surrealism, stretched over several pages, meticulously cross-referenced with dates and observed behaviors. He even appended a carefully copied excerpt from Alistair Finch's diary, the infamous OHHHHH section, as undeniable proof. He presented it to his immediate superior, a Captain Rutherford, a man whose face was a permanent landscape of exasperation and whose patience was as thin as his tea. Captain Rutherford, already battling the lingering, subtle tendrils of the curse himself, though he would never admit it, merely grunted as he took the sheaf of papers. He glanced at the first paragraph, his brow furrowing deeper. Auditory phenomenon. Pervasive lethargy? What in blazes is this, Thistlewick? Some sort of poetic drivel? Thistlewick, weary but resolute, stood at attention. It is an official account, sir, of events that transpired, and the subsequent resolution of a peculiar tactical impediment. Captain Rutherford flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the bizarre terminology. Spectral resonance, cosmic physiological torment, empathetic yawn. He snorted, a sound of utter disbelief, then let out a profound, ordinary yawn of his own, a relic of the recent curse. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes closed for a moment. "Thistlewick," he said, his voice laced with a weary incredulity, "are you quite all right? Been getting enough rest? This reads like something out of a penny dreadful, written by a man who spent too long staring at mud." He waved a hand dismissively. "We're all tired, Private. Everyone's seeing things, dreaming peculiar nonsense. The war does that to a man." He tapped the report with a frustrated finger. "I appreciate your initiative, but this is clearly a case of profound battle fatigue, leading to a highly imaginative, if entirely baseless, narrative." He scribbled a few words on a cover sheet, then stamped it with a heavy thud. "Fill it orderly," he instructed a pale, perpetually sleepy junior clerk. "Under miscellaneous psychological disturbances, unconfirmed, or perhaps delusional war fatigue. The clerk, whose own eyes were already beginning to glaze over, merely nodded sluggishly and shuffled the report onto a towering stack of similar, unread documents. Tiswick watched it disappear into the bureaucratic maw, a strange sense of quiet resignation settling over him. He had done his duty. He had laid bare the absurd truth. And predictably, it had been filed away, neatly categorized as madness, a figment of a soldier's exhausted mind. The world, it seemed, was not ready for the truth of a yawning ghost or the peculiar, cosmic battles fought beyond the reach of bullets and bombs. He was left with the knowledge, a solitary absurd burden, and the quiet satisfaction of a peculiar victory. The war continued, in all its brutal, mundane reality, oblivious to the profound, boring conflict that had just concluded beneath its muddy surface. The haunted Yawn was gone, leaving behind only the strange, lingering memory of a dream for most, and for Percival Thistlewick, a private in His Majesty's army, the quiet, unspoken truth of a soldier who mistook a haunted yawn for a war cry, and lived to tell a tale nobody believed. Chapter 20. The yawn that lived on the trench, that ever-present companion of mud and gloom, eventually receded into the annals of memory, replaced, for Percival Thistlewick, by the quiet hum of a gas lamp in a small terraced house in Surrey. Years had passed, decades even, since the Great War had finally, mercifully, sputtered to a halt, leaving behind a continent scarred and a generation irrevocably altered. Thistlewick had survived. Unlike so many, he had returned, not to a hero's welcome, but to the quiet, mundane battle of building a life from the wreckage of the past. He worked as a clerk in a modest shipping office, his days filled with ledgers and manifests, a stark contrast to the mud, blood, and spectral yawns of his youth. He married a kind, sensible woman named Eleanor, who smelled faintly of lavender and common sense. And together they built a life that was, in most respects, wonderfully, reassuringly ordinary. He had a small garden, a comfortable armchair by the fire, and the comforting predictability of the morning newspaper. Yet, despite the passage of time, despite the layers of domesticity and civilian routine that accumulated over the years, the war never truly left him. It lingered in the occasional tremor of his hand, in the way his eyes would sometimes dart to the window at the sound of a distant rumble, in the quiet, unspoken understanding he shared with other veterans who carried their own invisible scars. And, for Percival Thistlewick, it lingered in the most absurd, most peculiar, and most profoundly secret of memories, the haunted yawn, the sleepy specter, and the night of 1,000 yawns. His official report, the one he had meticulously penned in the dugout, detailing the spectral phenomenon and its profound tactical implications, had, as predicted, been filed away under delusional war fatigue. He never saw it again. Captain Rutherford, a man whose exasperation had solidified into a permanent feature of his weary face, had died, not heroically in a charge, but quietly, in his sleep, years later, a victim of the Spanish flu. Private Higgins, after the war, had opened a small, somewhat disreputable, but oddly successful, magic shop in Brighton, specializing in genuinely haunted objects and spiritual consultation, though Thistlewick always suspected Higgins was simply capitalizing on the general yearning for the uncanny, never quite understanding the truth of the yawn that had plagued them. Corporal Davies, ever meticulous, had become a librarian, dedicating his precision to cataloguing books instead of bayonets, his crisp movements and calm demeanor betraying nothing of his somnambulant past. Sergeant Grimsby, the formidable Grimsby, had surprisingly found a quiet peace, managing a small farm in Kent, his gruffness mellowed, his eyes retaining a perpetual, knowing twinkle that Thistlewick sometimes suspected hinted at his own reluctant acceptance of the utterly bizarre. They all moved on, each bearing their own burdens, their own versions of the past. Thistlewick rarely spoke of the Yawn, never in full, not to Eleanor, who would have merely smiled kindly and suggested a warm cup of milk and an early night. How could he explain to a woman of such sensible practicality that a major military incident and a widespread, debilitating curse had been caused by a dead soldier's unfulfilled desire to stretch? It was too preposterous, too utterly undignified for polite conversation. Yet the memory remained, a private chamber in his mind, occasionally revisited, sometimes with a quiet shiver, more often with a wry, knowing smile. It was a testament to the fact that reality, even the harsh reality of war, was far stranger and funnier than any fiction. On this particular evening, years after the trenches had been filled in and overgrown with wildflowers, Percival Thistlewick sat by his fireplace. The flame danced, casting flickering shadows on the worn rug. Eleanor was already asleep upstairs, her soft, rhythmic breathing a comforting counterpoint to the quiet ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. The air was still and cool, the kind of night that invited contemplation. He had been reading a rather dry treatise on the economic implications of rubber imports, a topic so utterly removed from the chaos of his youth that it served as a peculiar form of mental palate cleanser. His eyes, however, felt a familiar ache, a gentle, insistent pressure building behind them. He had had a long day at the office, a day filled with particularly stubborn invoices and the dull drone of a new junior clerk. A yawn, a perfectly ordinary human yawn, was rising within him. He stretched, his muscles protesting softly with the years, and opened his mouth, prepared for a simple, mundane release. But as the yawn began to bloom, as his jaw slackened and his throat tightened, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift occurred. It wasn't the immense, earth-shattering force of the sleepy Specter's initial manifestation, nor the pervasive, soul-sapping drain of the Yawn's curse. No, This was something far more gentle, a faint echo, a whisper across the years. The air around him seemed to thicken for a fraction of a second, carrying the faintest, most fleeting hint of that peculiar, musty scent of old parchment and decaying wildflowers. It was almost imperceptible, a ghost of a fragrance, a mere suggestion. And then, as his own yawn reached its peak, a profound, human exhalation, he heard it. Not with his ears, not truly, but in the quiet, resonant chambers of his memory, layered over his own yawn, a faint, almost melodic hum. It was the whisper of a colossal, centuries-old sigh, the sound of a truly magnificent, finally fulfilled yawn. It was the sound of Private Alistair Finch's eternal rest. A sound that had once been denied, then released with chaotic consequences, and now, years later, had settled into a quiet, contented echo. It was a profound cosmic yawn that reverberated, not with force, but with a lingering gentle peace. Percival Thistlewick's yawn ended. His jaw clicked shut, his eyes watering slightly, not from fatigue, but from a sudden, unexpected swell of emotion, blinked rapidly. The musty scent was gone. The faint, melodic hum had faded. There was only the quiet ticking of the clock, the gentle warmth of the fire, and the reassuring presence of his comfortable armchair. But he knew. He knew what he had heard, what he had felt. It was a reminder, not of a curse, but of a connection, a strange, absurd, and ultimately peaceful conclusion to the most peculiar chapter of his life. He leaned back in his chair, a profound, weary, yet utterly contented smile spreading across his face. The world had gone on, the war had ended, and the official records had dismissed his truth as madness. But in the quiet of his own home, in the privacy of his own mind, Percival Thistlewick knew better. The Yawn had lived on, not as a destructive force, but as a subtle, lingering presence, a testament to the strange, unwritten histories that hummed beneath the surface of the mundane. He closed his eyes, not out of weariness, but in a moment of quiet reflection, and finally, truly, rested. The sleepy specter, his very own ghost, had finally found its slumber, and in doing so, had left behind a gentle, quiet echo in the world, a truly boring bedtime story for the ages.